first opening day start in a Red Sox uniform as the Red Sox begin their 106th season. Live from Ameriquest Field in Arlington, the New England Sports Network proudly presents Opening Day. It's the Red Sox against the Texas Rangers. Hi everybody, I'm Don Orsillo. Welcome to Red Sox Baseball and welcome to Opening Day. So many new faces on the Red Sox this season. No more of the Millers, the Millars, and Damons. 12 new faces on the Red Sox Opening Day roster, and a much different looking roster to begin the year. Of course, the infield appears to be better and the pen deeper. Bard catches on with the Red Sox after winning the job and catching Tim Wakefield in the spring. Certainly Beckett beefing up the rotation and will work first on Wednesday. The better bullpen leading to Folk. And the Red Sox with a new infield should be a better defense. They finished 12th in the league last year. Willie Mulpaney coming off for the bench, the Red Sox. And of course, Coco Crisp at the top of the order. On for us is Jerry Remy. And Jerry, certainly one of the bigger question marks about the Red Sox, the guy going today, Curt Schilling.
Well, this is a day, Don, that Curt Schilling's been looking forward to for a long, long time. You know, last year was a total disaster from him from day one of spring training. He was never comfortable all year. He had the benefit this year off-season to get himself into shape, and it was interesting this morning, in typical Schilling fashion, prancing around that clubhouse with that war face on, ready to go after these Texas Rangers. You know, it's hard to predict. We didn't see a lot of them in spring training. We're not sure what we're going to see today exactly, but one thing we do know, he's facing a terrific lineup. 260 home runs last year for the Texas Rangers. Great lineup to start off against.
Well, a huge crowd as you may expect. The opening day ceremonies are over here at Ameriquest Field, and the first pitch is next right here on NESN.
Zero % financing is back. From now until March 31st, get 0% financing for 60 months, plus make no monthly payment until October on every Dodge truck, minivan, and SUV, which can save you up to $10,000 in interest. Save on Ram Mega Cab with the world's largest cab. Save on Durango with available 8-passenger seating, and the 5-star rated Grand Caravan with exclusive stow and go. Get 0% financing for 60 months, plus make no monthly payments until October. Hurry, offers only extended through April 3rd.
More Americans are choosing the great taste of Miller Lite. 2.5 million in just the last year.
Imagine 2.5 million new Miller Lite drinkers joined together across this great nation from coast to coast, sea to shining sea. But after doing the math, we found that 2.5 million people would only get us halfway, landing on somewhere in the Midwest. But with more Americans choosing Miller Lite every day, you can almost smell the ocean from here. The taste revolution is calling. Pick up the phone.
When something is real, it shows.
Ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. Ain't nothing like
Introducing new Just for Men. Its new True Color formula targets only gray, replaces it with subtle tones for a natural look that is real. Real to the eye, real to the touch, real where it counts. New True Color Just for Men.
162 games a year. So many chances to be a hero. All the opportunities to cheer for your team and get a taste of what Boston baseball is all about.
You and your friends could win a party with Miller Lite and Jerry Remy. Hang out, talk some baseball, and enjoy great tasting Miller Lite. Go to NESN.com to enter to win.
Because this summer, every game matters, and with Miller Lite, taste matters. Miller, good call.
Miller Lite and Jerry Remy urge you to live responsibly.
Red Sox Baseball on NESN is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, by New England Subaru dealers, by Foxwoods Resort Casino, by New England Dodge dealers, by Sovereign Bank, the official bank of the Red Sox cable network, and by your New England Toyota dealers. And welcome back to a beautiful afternoon in Texas and Ameriquest Field in Arlington. The Red Sox and the Texas Rangers about ready to go. And for us, we send it to Tina Cervasio.
Don, thank you. Last year when we saw Curt Schilling pitch, he was like a shell of himself compared to his powerful year in 2004. But getting ready for the 2006 season, and before he takes the mound today, he says it's been a while since he's felt like this.
I kind of didn't really take it into consideration, but it's been about 2 years since I've been healthy, with no legitimate concerns from the foot, and I had forgotten what that was like. And that first game, the first pitch I threw that first game was better than anything I'd done all year last year.
All right, Don, back to you and Jerry now in the broadcast booth.
All right, Santa, thanks very much. The Texas Rangers have taken the field on this sun-splashed day. The Red Sox and the Rangers about ready to go, and Coco Crisp is ready to go as we take a look at the Red Sox starting 9 today. And Coco Crisp at the top of that Red Sox order in center field. The new look lineup for Boston: Mark Loretta at second base, bats second. David Ortiz, a designated hitter. Manny Ramirez in left. Trot Nixon around and right. Jason Varitek doing the catching with Mike Lowell at third base. Kevin Youkilis bats eighth at first base for Boston, and Alex Gonzalez at shortstop bats ninth, as the starting lineup is brought to you by Dodge. On the mound today for the Texas Rangers is Kevin Millwood.
Well, the Rangers have tried to do a number of things to improve this pitching staff, and leading off by signing Kevin Millwood. Last year led the American League in ERA with a 2.86 ERA. The record was only 9-11 because he did not get a lot of run support with the Cleveland Indians. In his career against the Red Sox, a 3-2 record with a 3.71 ERA. The Texas defense is brought to you by New England Toyota dealers. And this afternoon, it's Hank Blaylock at third base, Michael Young, the shortstop, rookie Ian Kinsler at second base, and Gold Glove winner Mark Teixeira at first base. Left to right, Brad Wilkinson, Lance Nix, and Kevin Mensch, and Rod Barajas is doing the catching for Millwood. Last year, they finished 10th in the league in defense.
And for the umpires, Gary Darling has a plate today. Larry Poncino at first base. Second base is Bruce Dreckman, and Ed Hickox is the umpire at third. Coco Crisp making his way to the batter's box on a beautiful afternoon from Texas. Near capacity crowd here at Ameriquest Field to get the season underway for both the Red Sox and the Rangers. A fine spring for Coco Crisp. A fine year last year in his final season as a member of the Cleveland Indians. We look at his 2005 totals in 145 games. The average at 316 homers, 69 RBIs last year for Crisp. The first pitch of the 2006 season for the Red Sox misses for ball one to Coco Crisp.
Well, the Red Sox this afternoon from Millwood will see the fastball, a cut fastball, slider, and a changeup.
9-11 last year, certainly not his fault. Kevin Millwood, a member of the Cleveland Indians, did not receive a whole lot of run support last year. Had the nifty 2.86 ERA to lead the league, but the under 500 record at 9-11. Crisp after the 1-1, and the foul tips into the catcher's mitt, 1-2.
Well, last year at this time, Coco Crisp was chasing fly balls down for Kevin Millwood. Upstairs with the fastball this time, and Crisp can't lay off that high fastball.
Up top that time, and it evens up now at 2-2 to Crisp. Well, Kevin Millwood, part of a new look Texas Rangers pitching staff, and they're hoping that it will come together. They've already lost Adam Eaton. He's got a tendon problem in his hand, is going to have surgery and miss 2 to 3 months. So that new look pitching staff has already been changed dramatically. And the season just underway as Crisp takes strike 3 over the outside corner. Millwood strikes him out to begin the day.
Staying away from Coco Crisp, Kevin Millwood with that fastball on the outside corner. Little turnover fastball, a pitch that Coco gave up on, and the first strikeout of the season for Kevin Millwood. These Rangers are so desperate for pitching. They're begging for good things out of Millwood.
And they have been for a long time. This has been a team that's had plenty of offense, but has lacked the pitching prowess to be much of a force in their division. And that's the case this season once again as they hope that this staff will be better. Mark Loretta taking a first pitch strike. Loretta last year, remember the San Diego Padres, career 300 hitter. Pitch in there for a strike. Millwood's been right around the strike zone so far this afternoon.
Actually, some of the guys that have faced Millwood in the National League, Loretta being one of them, Mike Lowell, both have had good success against him. Loretta 360 with a home run against Kevin Millwood.
Loretta doesn't chase, and it's a ball and 2 strikes to the new Red Sox second baseman. In fact, Loretta becomes the 12th different second baseman on an opening day roster for the Red Sox in the last 13 seasons. Last year, the second straight year that Mark Bellhorn had started at second base for Boston. Fouls it back to the backstop. NESN and Comcast would like to welcome viewers to our first telecast of the 2006 regular season. Glad to have you with us. And just perfect weather here today in Texas to get the season started. The breeze blowing from left to right across the outfield. Loretta waiting on the 1-2 pitch from Millwood. Popped up, foul on first base. Teixeira headed over. Looks as if he's got room and makes the catch, 2 down. Where available, this telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your television remote. Enjoy the game.
Buenas tardes, amigos.
So 2 down here in the first inning, and it brings up Big Papi for the first time this season, David Ortiz. Red Sox DH, who last year finished at 300 with 47 home runs and 148 runs batted in.
And the Rangers put the infield shift on David Ortiz like most clubs do.
Ortiz out after the first pitch, sends it foul off to the left. Well, the Red Sox have won 5 games in a row from the Rangers. They're looking to make it 6 in a row and stop a 5-game losing skid on opening day. And now the longest active streak in the majors. The Indians and the Diamondbacks have all lost their last 3 openers, but it's been 5 in a row now for the Red Sox. Red Sox and Rangers will meet 9 times this season, all within the first 64 games of the year, and 6 of those games will come at Fenway Park. These are the only 3 games the Red Sox will be here at Ameriquest Field this season in Texas. Millwood wanted that one, and it's 2-1 now to Ortiz.
Yeah, he thought he had the slider that time, down and in, inside corner to David Ortiz, but apparently just off the inside corner. Barajas sets up inside. There's the breaking ball, and Ortiz lays off.
Outside this time, Ortiz ahead 3-1. Manny Ramirez waiting on deck as the Red Sox bat with 2 down, nobody on here in the top half of the first inning. Two hits off Millwood for Ortiz and both home runs. Strike over the outside corner. Ortiz thought he had drawn the walk, but gets the bad news from home plate umpire Gary Darling.
That looks like a pretty generous strike zone here in the first inning. Coco Chris called out on a pitch that was away like that, and that ball apparently picking up the outside corner. Seems like wherever Barajas sets up, if it hits the glove, it's a strike.
The payoff pitch from Millwood. Ortiz drives it in the air to right center field. Over goes Lance Nix on the move, and he'll make the running catch. Back onto the warning track to rob David Ortiz of extra bases. Red Sox down in order. The Rangers coming up.
What's here to do in Philly? Oh, boy.
Well, I guess they want to come over and see the Liberty Bell.
You got the Liberty Bell.
We have the Liberty Bell.
Pretzels.
The National Constitution Museum.
There's lots of theater, excellent restaurants.
Well, there's a lot of culture here.
It's like a baby New York.
For me, it's the
cheesesteak.
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 Now there's another great reason to go to Philly. You can fly there nonstop for just $59 on a Southwest Airlines fun fare.
I love Philadelphia.
You are now free to move about the country.
I'm Tempur-Pedic, king of all memory foam mattresses.
Oh, really?
Please, Bobblepedic, you don't stack up to me.
Well, you're only 8 inches thick at $15.99, and I'm 10 inches thick at $9.99.
Size doesn't matter.
Then why to get 10 inches like me does your price skyrocket to $23.99?
Well, I'm a Tempur-Pedic.
Right. You only come in firm. I come in firm, plush, or half firm and half plush.
But I'm a Tempur-Pedic.
Everybody knows my Bob, and if you have a problem, Bob will make you happy.
The Polaris Dare to Compare sales event. We're calling out the competition with the world's toughest ATVs and utility vehicles, engineered to take on the real world. And we're backing it up with up to $500 in rebates and payments as low as $39 a month. The Polaris Dare to Compare sales event. Get to your dealer now and see why nothing compares to Polaris.
Red Sox go in order in the top of the first. The Texas Rangers coming up in the bottom of the first. Their lineup is brought to you by Rico. Brad Wilkerson, a newcomer to the Rangers, leads it off in left field. Michael Young at shortstop. Mark Teixeira back at first base. Phil Nevin in the cleanup spot, the designated hitter. Hank Blaylock at third base. Kevin Mensch in right. Lance Nix after an injury-plagued season last year in center. Rod Barajas does the catching. And Ian Kinsler, a rookie at second base, bats ninth. The Red Sox have on the mound today, of course, Curt Schilling.
76 days Schilling spent on the disabled list a year ago. 32 appearances, 8-8 record with 9 saves and a 5.69 ERA. This is the first appearance he's ever made here in Texas, career-wise against the Rangers, 2-0. That's in 6 games in 1 start, a 3.78 ERA.
Well, he wanted so badly to be the starter last year, and the Red Sox opened up on a Sunday night at Yankee Stadium. Instead, it was David Wells. And in fact, Curt Schilling is Boston's 3rd different opening day starter in the last 3 seasons. Wells last year, and of course, Pedro Martinez the year before that. Brad Wilkerson taking the strike from Curt Schilling. Wilkerson last year in his final year with the Nationals, hitting at .248 with 11 homers. 57 runs batted in.
Yeah, last year David DeLucci was doing a lot of the leading off for this ball club because he's been traded to the Phillies in a late trade here in spring training. Wilkerson struck out 147 times last year, but slipped into that leadoff spot.
Yeah, DeLucci was a guy who walked a ton here last year for the Texas Rangers. Buck Showalter back again with the Rangers, hoping that pitching staff will take him a little further this season. No questions about his offense. An extremely potent offensive lineup this season. Wilkerson with a swing and a miss, and it's 2-2.
All fastballs so far as we look at Roger Clemens, who was a guest here today of the Texas Rangers. He obviously visited the Red Sox clubhouse prior to the ball game, and got a lot of teams courting Roger, don't we?
They certainly do. He's been quite the sideshow here today in Texas. As this one carved foul off to the left, 2-2. Saw him walk into the Red Sox clubhouse first and spent some time with the Red Sox brass, and now sitting over a lot of the Rangers folks here in Texas. Certainly the 2 teams that are here today vying for his services. And again, that'll come in May sometime if he does indeed decide to come back, perhaps by the All-Star break.
Well, they just introduced him between innings. Got a standing ovation from this crowd in Arlington.
Fouled back to the backstop, still 2-2 to Wilkerson.
So far, all fastballs from Schilling. They all have been over 90, from 90 to 93 miles an hour.
Wilkerson coming over to the Texas Rangers from the Nationals for Alfonso Soriano. Swing and a miss, and Schilling strikes out Wilkerson to begin the ball game.
Now Veritek wanted that fastball away. Instead, Schilling was inside with the fastball. Good velocity to pick up the strikeout. See, Veritek have to reach across the plate. He wants this away. It's inside, but the result is still good, the strikeout.
That's the 6th time in 11 at-bats that Wilkerson has struck out against Curt Schilling. And just the way Schilling wanted to begin the afternoon. Here's Michael Young, who was the batting champion in the American League last year with his .331 batting average. 24 home runs and 91 runs batted in for the Rangers shortstop. Two-time All-Star. And Schilling quickly ahead, 0-2.
Well, if the first inning is any indication, Darling is going to be very generous for the pitches in this ball game.
Veritek setting up outside. Schilling goes there, and they miss the corner this time. On deck is Mark Teixeira, part of this potent offensive lineup for the Texas Rangers. One goes up top and fouls it off to the right.
I don't think we've seen a splitter yet from Schilling. Everything has been a fastball to the top two hitters. Young with a couple of hits in his career, 2 for 5 off Schilling, both home runs. That time they tried to put him away upstairs with the fastball. Al Nipper, Red Sox pitching coach, interim pitching coach, sitting next to Terry Francona.
In the dirt this time, and it evens up now at 2-2. This is the 3rd season in the Red Sox rotation for Curt Schilling. His first opening day start in a Red Sox uniform, and the 6th time in his career that he has made an opening day start. It is the first since 1999, and all those opening day appearances coming as a member of the Philadelphia Phillies.
Fastball inside.
Fighting it off is Young, and it remains 2-2. Schilling last year was 76 days on the disabled list. And a total of 32 appearances, even though the 76 days on the DL. 11 of those, of course, were starts. And finished up the year 8-8 with 9 saves. Finished out the year, of course, with the 8 starts, returning to the rotation on August the 25th. Young swings and misses. Back-to-back Ks to begin the afternoon for Curt Schilling.
Well, you know, all spring training they were talking about Schilling's fastball being 87 to 90. Well, it's been all above 90 here. 93 with that last fastball. Again, up and away from Young. A good battle there between Schilling and Young.
Well, there are a couple outings during spring where Curt did not feel like he had his best velocity.
Well, you know, opening day will bring that out of you. There's no question about that.
Much different venue than a lot of those minor league games he threw in down in Fort Myers. And the juices are certainly flowing here today. Now the first 2 outs and another tough hitter in Mark Teixeira. Teixeira had that batting average up over 300 last year, along with some pretty incredible power numbers. 43 homers and 144 RBIs. Played in every game last year for the Rangers. And won his first Gold Glove last season, an All-Star. the ground foul outside of first base to even it up at 1-1.
Red Sox have the same shift on Teixeira that the Rangers use on David Ortiz. Loretta back in the outfield grass. Alex Gonzalez to the right side of second base, and all by himself at shortstop, Mike Lowell.
Look at the left-right breakdown for Teixeira. 37 of those home runs coming from the left side, as it's missing from Schilling. In his first 27 home runs last year from the left side. And is on this opening day roster for the 4th consecutive season. Rolls it into the shift, and Loretta in short right, who throws him out to end the inning. Schilling enjoys a 1-2-3 first, and we're scoreless after 1.
It is the 2006 Built Ford Tough Super Duty, the best-selling truck for 29 straight years. It has unmatched muscle and strength with best-in-class towing and best-in-class payload. It will be yours with up to $3,500 in total rebates. That's right. Get into a new Ford Super Duty and get up to $3,500 in rebates. Ford Super Duty, the toughest truck on the road. Only at your local Ford store.
Right now, as members of Best Western Speed Rewards, stay 6 nights and earn a free night and earn points towards exclusive NASCAR licensed merchandise. Join today at bestwesternracing.com/free night.
What does it mean to be the #1 Sealy retailer in Greater Boston?
It means that we can do more for you.
For example, this week you can supersize your Sealy mattress.
Pay for a twin and get a full. Pay for a full and get a queen. Or pay for a queen and get a king for the same low price.
This offer ends Monday, so come in and see us today.
#1 in Sealy.
Thanks to you. Quality, comfort, and price. That's nice.
Lauren and Wally, and the songs you grew up with. 105.7 WROR. Lauren and Wally, and the songs you grew up with. 105.7 WROR.
Scoreless after 1 as we get ready for the top half of the second inning. Let's check back in with Tina Servacio. Tina?
Don, you and Jerry were talking earlier about the Roger Clemens sideshow. It started at 10:20 this morning in the Red Sox clubhouse and continues here as Roger is a spectator at Ameriquest Field. But when Clemens spoke to the media, he is still undecided whether he'll pitch again this season.
I think, again, I'm probably going to kick back and watch. If somebody goes down or something like that, and I really feel I can help, and get out there and contribute, I might decide to do it, but not at this point. I mean, just like I just finished telling Al Nipper, the pitching coach here now, I told Nip that I'm not coming back to, again, wave my hand and have fun. I want to come back if I do and win. That's been my approach my entire career. And it would be a huge commitment on my part, and I would want to hold my end of the deal up. And so that entails getting my body, and I'm in great shape right now. I feel strong, but to get ready to pitch a major league season, I would want to take that to another level.
So we'll see what the Rocket decides by midsummer. Don, back to you.
All right, Tina, thanks very much. And certainly a very interesting thing. There was a time certainly when Roger Clemens would never have come back to the Red Sox, but of course the landscape has changed here dramatically. The old administration is gone. There's a new one here, and at least entertaining the thought, which is certainly exciting for Red Sox Nation.
Well, it seems to me that right now they're just trying to drive the price up. I think he's coming back. I don't know where to. But, when you have teams like Texas who will spend money, the Red Sox who will spend money, and the Yankees who will spend money, plus his home team of Houston, you're in a pretty good position, so you just keep them all dangling till you're ready to make your decision.
It's hard for me to imagine that he would not go back to Houston just because the deal is so sweet for him there. He lives there, does not make the trips unless he is pitching on the road trip. It just seems like too good a deal to pass up. Now, that said, if somebody comes up with more money and makes it more feasible for him, then you'd think that would be where he would end up. But I think most believe he'll be back with the Houston Astros.
Well, is the Concorde still available for private flights? Because that would be an attraction to get him back to Boston and back to Houston between starts.
Millwood dealing with Manny Ramirez to lead things off here in the second inning as he hits it right at the rookie. Kinsler's got some opening day nerves, but stays with it and throws out Manny Ramirez.
Everybody is nervous on opening day, and everybody wants to get that first at bat, that first ground ball, that first fly ball out of the way. A little shaky for Kinsler, but at second base you have that advantage because you have the short throw. If it doesn't get that far from you, you can still make the play. They expect big things out of that kid. They say obviously it's an upgrade from Soriano defensively, and offensive numbers in the minor leagues were very good.
One down for Trot Nixon, who takes the strike from Millwood. Nixon batting fifth in the Red Sox order today. Last year at .275, 13 homers, and 67 runs driven in for Nixon. Nixon in 124 games last year. That's 22 games while on the DL with the left oblique strain. Of course, that took place in Tampa Bay on a tough swing. And he has battled some injuries. But healthy all the way through spring and beginning the season healthy. After coming back last year from the injury, played in 35 games and hit just .229 at the tail end of the season. Popped up foul off the third base side and back into the seats. Batting fifth today, he did so 66 times last year, and in fact batted fifth more than any other spot in the order last season. A lot of time over the course of his Red Sox career batting in the number 2 spot, but now the new 1-2 punch at the top of the Red Sox order is Crisp and Loretta. Now towards right center field. The speedy Lance Nix headed back, and he makes another running grab. Second of the game. This one hit more on a line, and on both occasions he reels it in successfully.
You know, Lance Nix was a guy that was banged up, had a lot of injuries, and really, you know, had a terrific spring training, and that's why he's back in center field for the Texas Rangers. Going away there, making the play against Nixon. You know, Nixon's had tough luck against Millwood, now 1 for 15, but he has hit the ball well against him.
Two down for Jason Varitek. Varitek last year in 133 games at .281, 22 homers, and 70 runs batted in for the Red Sox captain. Varitek an all-star for the first time in his career, and begins the year now 918 games caught as a Red Sox, third most in club history, only behind Carlton Fisk and Sammy White, as he fouls it off to the left. And today becoming the first catcher in Red Sox history to start on opening day in 7 straight seasons. Mentioned the 22 home runs, who was the most among catchers. Victor Martinez behind Rod Barajas, who catches here today for the Rangers, and Jorge Posada tied with Victor Martinez.
I think that was a surprise there. Barajas second with those 21.
The 0-2 to Varitek. As a chase as they climb the ladder on Varitek. Well, left fielder Manny Ramirez, DH David Ortiz joining Jason Varitek as returnees to the 2006 opening day lineup from just 2005. 2-2 now to Varitek.
It's interesting, last night watching a lot of the local programming here, you would expect a lot on opening day, and really NASCAR overshadowed what was going on here with the Texas Rangers. They did do some promotional stuff for the game, but a lot of the talk was about a race coming up at the end of next week.
It was pretty strange. They had their brand new general manager on a couple of the shows last night, John Daniels. But it was pretty limited for an opening day. Good to see that the crowd is here in full force in Texas. Veritek grounds it left side, deep short for Michael Young. The long throw is not going to be in time as Veritek's able to beat it out.
Just too far to go in the hole for Michael Young. Michael Young, an excellent defensive shortstop for the Rangers, but he had to make that sidearm flip to first base. And of course, Veritek, working out of the batter's box from the left side, had that advantage, and hustling all the way beats it out. And as a matter of fact, he makes his own call after beating it out.
He likes to do that.
Yes, he likes to umpire ball games.
Yeah, the infield hit, the first hit of the game for the Red Sox after Millwood had retired the first 5 out of the gate. And here's new Red Sox third baseman Mike Lowell. Lowell last year, of course, with the Florida Marlins at 150 games, hit at just .236. Tough season for him offensively. Just 8 home runs for the third baseman.
Seeing a lot of fastballs and a lot of cut fastballs from Millwood early in this ball game. His velocity's been around 90, 91.
Well, chops it to the third baseman Blaylock, forced at second as Veritek, and the Red Sox gone in the second inning. Through an inning and a half from Texas, we're scoreless.
Even with these unexpected features that come standard on the Toyota Corolla, even with its truly impressive fuel economy, the most compelling reason to buy a new Corolla is an old Corolla.
My 1995 Corolla has 119,905 miles.
257,632 miles.
333,670 miles. There's dependable, and then there's Corolla dependable. Ask someone you know who drives one. Toyota, moving forward.
What's that? It's a new pro jingle? Then why are you listening to it? It's a catchy tune. What am I gonna do with you? Just shut it off. Come on.
You'll be singing a happy tune when you install energy-efficient new Pro windows in your home. You'll cut your home heating costs, guaranteed. And you'll enjoy the tilted convenience and comfort of New England's #1 rated replacement window. Plus, call 1-800-499-6000 today and get an instant $79 rebate on every window you replace with one of our amazing triple-pane new Pro windows. That's $79 for every one. New Pro windows. Everybody loves them. Call New Pro toll-free at 1-800-499-6000 or visit newpro.com.
Red Sox Nation, make your citizenship official. Log on to RedSoxNation.com to become the 2006 member of Red Sox Nation. You'll receive discounts on merchandise, advance online viewing of the Red Sox Report, MajorLeagueBaseball.com game day, audio, and much more. Visit RedSoxNation.com today for more information. Pretty easy first inning for Curt Schilling as he has back-to-back strikeouts on fastball to Wilkerson and then Young. Up and away to Young, and then of course the ground ball on a split-fingered fastball to Teixeira to have the easy 1-2-3 inning.
Phil Nevin leading it off, the designated hitter, came over from the Padres last year in a deal for Chan-Ho Park at the trade deadline. A look at his numbers in 2005 in 102 games. Nevin smack dab in the middle of the Texas Rangers order as the DH. In the dirt, and it's 1-1. The key matchup is brought to you by Honda. And the matchup with Nevin has not been particularly kind for Nevin against Curt Schilling. Just 4 for 31 and into double figures in strikeouts with 10.
Yet he's in the cleanup spot today for the Texas Rangers.
Center field, Crisp started back, now coming on and gives a little bit of that speed to make the catch. Nicely done by Crisp. Couldn't tell right away how hard it was hit, but then came on to make the sliding catch for out number one.
Yeah, it was a split-fingered fastball that time from Schilling, and of course it's sometimes in center field very difficult to read the ball off the bat. You see the big swing, but actually Nevin did not get it on the good part of the bat. Coco Crisp making the charge and making the play. Well, you don't play many day games here in Texas because of the heat. It's unusual to be out here in the middle of the day watching a baseball game. What a beautiful afternoon, though.
So much more comfortable than we're normally here when we come back in, say, July or August. This is just a beautiful afternoon, and you're right. For a long time, they would even play Sunday night games here in Texas. It was very difficult for a lot of teams getting away, so they've returned to the day games, but not a lot of day action here. It's been grounded foul by Hank Blaylock.
Red Sox again in that shift as we look at Blaylock's numbers from a year ago. They've been on the decline the last couple of years.
He's an all-star, but has not been to the all-star game since 2003. He's entering his 5th full season with the Rangers. And making his 5th consecutive opening day start here at third base.
This is a team, the Texas Rangers, that obviously hit a lot of home runs, 260 a year ago. They also strike out a lot, more than any other team in the American League.
Full count now to Blaylock. Well, home run's not the only category that they did well in. This team had a ton of offense. They were first in extra base hits, 3rd in runs, and 8th in average. As the ball carries extremely well here at Mariquest Field. Swing and a miss. Schilling's got his 3rd K of the day.
And again, it's the split-fingered fastball. 2 strikeouts on a fastball in the first inning. That time the splitter. He's got a couple of outs on that pitch. Actually, the last 3 outs have been on the split-fingered fastball.
A little more relaxed is Terry Francona, coming into his 3rd season at the helm of the Red Sox. Contract extended 2 years as Kevin Mensch lifts it into shallow right center field. Crisp coming over and calling, and he makes the catch to end the inning. 2 perfect innings from Curt Schilling. Through 2 are scoreless.
Came to spend some time together, reconnect.
Like when I met her, dice are hot.
Like the names they got.
Non-stop fun.
Hole in one.
What a thrill!
Hey, I just won.
We're closer than we can recall. Yeah, let's live for the wonder of it all.
What could be better than a free checking account? How about one that pays you interest, like free interest checking from Sovereign Bank? It's an interest-bearing account with no minimum balance and no monthly maintenance fee. You get free standard checks, free online banking with bill pay, and a Sovereign Visa check card or ATM card with no annual or monthly fee. Plus, there's no fee to use other banks' ATMs. It doesn't get much better than that. Free interest checking. The name says it all. Sovereign Bank.
0% financing is back. From now until March 31st, get 0% financing for 60 months, plus make no monthly payment until October on every Dodge truck, minivan, and SUV, which can save you up to $10,000 in interest. Save on Ram Mega Cab with the world's largest cab. Save on Durango with available 8-passenger seating, and the 5-star rated Grand Caravan with exclusive stow and go. Get 0% financing for 60 months, plus make no monthly payments until October. Hurry, offers only extended through April 3rd.
Doubleheader tonight at 6 from the Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe pregame report. Through the game, WB Mason's Extra Innings and Granite City Electric Extra Innings Extra. Nesson has wall-to-wall opening day coverage, so you won't miss a thing if you tune in to Nesson tonight at 6.
Scoreless through 2 as we head to the top half of the third inning. It'll be Kevin Youkilis, Alex Gonzalez, and Coco Crisp. Face Kevin Millwood, just one hit between the two clubs today. An infield single last inning for Jason Varitek. Well, Kevin Youkilis getting the opening day start for the Red Sox, and in the first base capacity today for Youkilis, who enjoyed a very good spring training and played a lot of first base during the spring. You see his numbers from a year ago in 44 games and 5 different stints in a Red Sox uniform last year. It was the opposite way into right field, but right at Kevin Mensch for out number 1.
Now this is going to be a test for Kevin Youkilis because this will be the first time in his major league career that he does get a number of at-bats, and we'll see obviously as time goes on how he's going to do offensively. I'll tell you what, Don, from what I saw in spring training, handled the first base bag pretty well.
He sure did, and he was talking about some of the transitions that he's had to make, certainly from a footing standpoint, where to be on relays. That's been the biggest thing for him. He said as an infielder, the grounders, that kind of comes naturally, but where to be and when has been a key for him at first base.
Other advantage you have moving to first base is you have that big glove to use,
right?
And so it makes it a little easier to catch those ground balls.
New Red Sox shortstop Alex Gonzalez. Gonzalez last year .264, 5 homers and 45 runs batted in. And batting 9th in the Red Sox order. .286 hitter against Kevin Millwood. Played 130 games in his final season with the Florida Marlins last year. And from an offensive standpoint, hitting at .264, it was the highest that he's hit since 1999 when he was an all-star for the Marlins.
You can see that Gonzalez stands quite a distance from home plate, and the first couple of pitches for Millwood were away from him.
Setting up outside once again. Gonzalez sends it to right. Mensch 2 down. Red Sox baseball on Nesson is brought to you by your Lincoln Mercury dealers, by Olympia Sports, the official sporting goods retailer of the New England Sports Network, and by your local Infiniti dealers. Two down here in the top half of the third inning. Coco Crisp struck out looking his first time up. Second time through the Red Sox order now for Kevin Millwood.
Even with the 2 outs, third baseman Blaylock in on the grass, respecting the bunting ability of Coco Crisp.
Crisp down 0-2.
Millwood kind of has a deceptive fastball. You know, he has that very slow, deliberate windup. And then the fastball, even though it's 90 to 91, it seems quicker to the hitters than what it actually is.
It is the third time in his career he's been the opening day starter. He made back-to-back opening day starts in 2003 and 2004 for the Philadelphia Phillies. And ironically, he's the last Phillies pitcher to start in back-to-back opening days since Curt Schilling did it in '98 and '99. And today the two face off against each other.
I got a few Phillies on this staff, ex-Phillies. Padilla, who starts tomorrow, was with the Phillies.
Also getting Robinson Tejada from the Phillies, part of a deal that included David DeLucci at the 11th hour of spring training. Crisp strikes out for the second time today. The Red Sox are down in order through 2.5. We're scoreless from Texas.
Mine's got a window.
Mine too.
Business travelers, we got you something. Southwest has new leather seats and roomier cabins for more comfortable flights.
I love leather.
You are now free to move about the country.
That's a nice shirt, announcer boy.
Thanks. Official Red Sox team store.
Nice. That's where I got this.
I got this there too.
Oh, I also bought this.
Well, I got this Wally doll at the official Red Sox team store.
Oh, yeah? Well, I got these for my kids at that store. You just hate to lose, don't you, souvenir boy? You look a little warm. How about some water? Guess where I got the bottle?
Visit us across the street from Fenway Park or order online.
Come here, guys. Look at our field. We can't play here.
We can fix this.
This spring, kids have the power to revitalize their baseball field and make a real difference in their community. Now through April 30th, kids can nominate their field at BriggsDiamondsInTheRough.com. The grand prize is a $20,000 makeover and a baseball clinic hosted by Hall of Famers Lou Brock and Carlton Fisk. Briggs & Stratton, the power within.
Well, a rough start for Coco Crisp, 2 strikeouts, and you'll see the games that Millwood is playing with him. The first time out, the first strikeout is going to be away, outside corner. Kind of a generous call there, but this next strikeout, after a pitch away, he comes back inside with that tailing fastball. Had Coco jumping back from home plate. That's just a beautiful pitch there by Millwood.
So both strikeouts for Millwood today belong to Coco Crisp. As we head to the last half of the third inning in the bottom third of the Texas Rangers order coming up. Lance Nix, who's on this Rangers opening day roster for the second time in his career. An injury-plagued season last year that saw him in just 63 games. He's had 28 home runs in parts of 3 seasons with Texas. And over the last 3 years, partially up and down to the minors and because of injuries, 77 games a year for Nix.
He's a guy that's got a lot of talent, but just has not been able to stay healthy at the major league level. Strong, big, strong center fielder, covers a lot of ground out there, has some power.
Had surgery on both shoulders during the offseason. And Schilling falling behind 3-0.
That looked like a straight change that time from Schilling. That was not close to the strike zone on the 2-0 count.
And then for a strike, and it's 3-1 now to Nix.
2 balls, no strikes, the count here. And, you know, Nix is all geared up for a fastball. Instead, he looked like he got a changeup.
Full count now. Nix had been ahead 3-0.
Challenge time that time on the 3-1 count. A 93-mile-an-hour fastball from Schilling. So velocity very good for him early in the ballgame.
Nix pops it up left side. Gonzalez astride on the outfield grass with the glasses on to take care of out number 1. Having some technical problems with our radar gun and trying to get that corrected today. It does appear that Curt Schilling, who's been in the 92 to 93 range, has got that velocity where perhaps most of spring training it was not, but here when it counts. Here's Rod Barajas, the catcher for the Rangers. Established career highs in nearly every offensive category last season. A pop up over in the same spot as Nix's was, and Gonzalez takes care of it again. 2 down.
Well, kind of typical so far of an opening day game where you have your aces on the mound and very little offense so far for either ball club.
7 pitches for 2 outs here in the 3rd inning for Schilling, who's up to 41 on the afternoon. And here comes the Rangers rookie, Ian Kinsler. Minor League Player of the Year for the Rangers last year at AAA Oklahoma. Making his Major League debut and his first Major League at bat here for Kinsler. Total of 23 home runs and part of the year with Oklahoma. To right field, and his first Major League hit is off Curt Schilling, where Ian Kinsler, who gets that first hit out of the way, a 2-out single.
Well, he bobbled the first ground ball. He did recover to throw the man out at first base, and on a split-fingered fastball, he goes to the opposite field to pick up his first Major League hit. That ball down and away and just slapping it to the opposite field. I was impressed when I looked at his numbers, doing a little homework on those guys coming down yesterday. 23 home runs last year. That's pretty impressive for a second baseman.
A total of 44 over his first 3 minor league seasons, and gets his first Major League hit off Curt Schilling, which incidentally is the first hit of the day for the Texas Rangers, as Schilling had retired the first 8 Rangers he faced.
He can run a little bit too, and with 2 outs, there's always that possibility.
Brad Wilkerson, the batter, a strikeout victim his first time up. Wilkerson in his first season with the Rangers after coming over from the Nationals. And the strike for Schilling over the outside corner to even the count at 1-1. Came over for Alfonso Soriano. Pretty good year last year. 42 doubles, 7 triples. And the only active player in the majors right now to have hit for the cycle twice in his career. Spending it entirely in the Montreal Expos organization and the Washington Nationals. Runner goes as Wilkerson lifts it in the air to right center field. Nixon's over. And Schilling out of the inning. Through 3 from Texas, we're scoreless.
The 2006 Red Sox season is here, and every Sox game's on NESN. One nation, one network. Tomorrow night, it's Sox Rangers at 7 on NESN. Hey, Red Sox Nation. This season and every season, one network's all you'll need. Because every game's on NESN, and every game's in HD. One nation, one network. NESN. We've got your team and we've got the time. With a 1-hour pregame show and postgame coverage that keeps you in the game. Every Sox game's in HD. And every Sox game's on NESN. One nation, one network.
Bergeron, great shift. Rebound, Raycroft dives. That'll get him going. Drilled him. Shot, score! Bruins turn the other way. Huge hit. Shot, score! Bruins lead 2-0.
Every game ends with overtime. Your Bruins post-game show featuring game analysis, interviews, press conferences, and more. Stay tuned to NESN, because every game ends with overtime.
Time now for the Aflac trivia question. And our question today, other than Roger Clemens and Pedro Martinez, who was the last Red Sox pitcher to start back-to-back opening day games? the answer for you a little later as we move along to the top half of the fourth inning back in Texas. Don Orsillo along with Jerry Remy and Tina Servacio. Our producer is Russ Ken, director Mike Narachi, associate producer is Adam Jupiter. Glad you've joined us for the first game of the year. And Curt Schilling has gone through the first 3 innings. We're scoreless into the fourth as leading it off for Boston is Mark Loretta. Loretta fouled out to the first baseman Mike Teixeira in the first inning. Millwood last year 9-11, 30 starts for the Cleveland Indians, a nifty 2.86 ERA. You can run on him, however. The Red Sox can get some base runners. He's allowed 33 stolen bases in 39 attempts, the most by an AL pitcher. Red Sox with just 1 hit so far today. Varitek with the infield single. And it drives it out towards left center field. On the move is Lance Nix, who will run it down once again.
Well, fans, what if for just one day you could enjoy all the amenities that come with sitting in a private suite? Some Red Sox suites are available on a single game basis, including super special deals for Easter Sunday. For more information, call 877 Red Sox 9 today.
Well, Lance Nix has been all over the outfield and been challenged to both deep right center and left center, and so far successfully running everything down.
Yeah, he was shading Loretta to hit the ball to the opposite field, so he had a long way to go to make the catch on that fly ball.
Made a catch on a deep drive by David Ortiz back in the first inning. .30-year-old David Ortiz. Last year finishing the year at 300 with 47 home runs. Off the outside edge, and it's 1-1 to Ortiz.
It's interesting watching Millwood in this game. He's basically staying away from most Red Sox hitters until he gets 2 strikes, and then he's been coming inside, as he did to Coco Crisp last inning to strike him out. Looks like they're going inside here to Ortiz.
It's to right field and in for a hit. They tried to come in, and Ortiz turns on it. Second Red Sox hit of the afternoon.
Now, they tried to come inside, but it was a slider. It was a slider that stayed up in the zone. He wanted to go down and in and off the plate with the breaking ball, but this is flat. This stays upstairs, and actually he's lucky this ball stayed in the ballpark.
So first hit of the year for Big Papi, who stands at first with 1 down. Here's Manny, who grounded out to second base his first time up. There's grounds it foul above the Red Sox dugout on the third base side.
Not that Ortiz is going to steal, but you can see why base runners have success against Millwood. That out of this set position, the stretch position, very slow to home plate.
And the numbers: 33 thefts last year and 39 attempts against him when he was a member of the Cleveland Indians. There's grounding into the same spot over by the Red Sox dugout. His career record against the Red Sox, he's 3-2 with a 3.71 earned run average. David Ortiz at first base, 1 away. Ramirez offered and strikes out. Tried to hold up, but he becomes a third strikeout victim for Millwood. 2 down.
That ball well off the outside part of the plate. It was an off-speed pitch. It might have been a changeup from Millwood. Either that or a cut fastball, but certainly had Manny off balance, which is very unusual.
So 2 down, Ortiz at first, and Nixon coming up. Trot lined out to center field his first time up. Sheriff playing in behind Ortiz at first base now, 2 down in the inning.
Yeah, no need to hold David Ortiz on. Play behind him, increase your range, and you're still close enough to him where he can't get a real big lead.
Off the outside edge again, and Nixon's ahead 2-0. Eighth full season in the major leagues, Trot Nixon. Waits on the 2-0 from Millwood. And Millwood falls behind 3-0. On deck, Jason Varitek with 2 down in the inning, and Ortiz at first. Nixon taking all the way, and he takes ball 4, the first walk of the day allowed by Millwood.
With CVS Pharmacy, you can expect something extra when a Red Sox home game goes extra innings or the Sox bullpen records a save. CVS will donate $500 to Children's Hospital Boston.
First time the Red Sox have had a base runner in scoring position as Ortiz moves up to second base on the walk by Trot Nixon.
That's the first time today that either pitcher has looked out of whack against a hitter. You know, Millwood that time struggling to throw strikes to Trot Nixon.
First and second, 2 down for Varitek, who reached on an infield hit his first time up. Varitek drives it in the air to right. Mensch headed back. That is going to be over his head and off the wall on a hop. From second comes Ortiz. Nixon being waved around. The throw to the plate is going to be cut off, and the Red Sox lead it 2-0. Jason Varitek drives in the first 2 runs of the season.
Well, you can see what the walk did. You know, he was not even close to Trot Nixon. So first pitch to Varitek, a fastball right down the heart of the plate. And Varitek lifts it over the head of Kevin Mensch. By the time it's tracked down and get back to the infield, 2 runs will score as Nixon comes around with the second run. What a perfect time to hit for Varitek. You know, he, as I mentioned, Don, first time today he looked a little bit out of whack against Nixon. Now you know that first pitch he's trying to get a strike in there, and Varitek was ready for it.
Here's Mike Lowell, grounded into a fielder's choice his first time up. Well, the Red Sox very quiet through the first 3 innings, shut down by Millwood. But get to him here, and 2-out, 2-run double for Jason Varitek as Lowell swings and misses. Pretty quiet spring training for Jason Varitek after he was at the WBC, came back, did not have a lot of major league at-bats during the spring. Lowell grounds it out towards Michael Young. Throws him out to end the inning, but Jason Varitek is knocked in a pair to put the Red Sox on top 2-0.
Not too close. What do you think? I got that insurance?
What insurance is that, Yogi?
The one you really need to have. If you don't have it, that's why you need it.
Need what?
Aflac. Well, if you get hurt and miss work, it won't hurt to miss work. And they give you cash, which is just as good as money.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
0% financing is back. From now until March 31st, get 0% financing for 60 months, plus make no monthly payment until October on every Dodge truck, minivan, and SUV, which can save you up to $10,000 in interest. Save on Ram Mega Cab with the world's largest cab. Save on Durango with available 8-passenger seating and the 5-star rated Grand Caravan with exclusive stow and go. Get 0% financing for 60 months, plus make no monthly payments until October. Hurry, offers only extended through April 3rd.
100.7 WZLX. For over 20 years, Boston's classic rock. With Carlson and McKenzie in the morning and 10 in a row all day. 100.7 WZLX, Boston's classic rock. Listen today.
Need more ice time? At midnight on game nights, tune in Bruins in 2 for a special 2-hour replay of the game. Keep track of your black and gold around the clock with Bruins in 2.
Hi everybody, I'm Hazel May and welcome to your Sports Desk update presented by FW Webb, official distributor of plumbing and heating supplies for the Boston Red Sox. Coming up tonight on the show, we'll go diamond surfing and check in with the Sox AL East rivals, as well as how the now former members of Red Sox Nation fared on opening day. That's later tonight. Right now, back to Arlington and Don and Rem Doug.
Thanks very much, Hazel. Back here in Texas, the Red Sox, thanks to that man, Jason Varitek, have the 2-0 advantage as we head to the home half of the 4th inning. It'll be Michael Young, Mark Teixeira, and Phil Nevin to face Curt Schilling, who takes them on with a 2-0 advantage. Schilling has allowed just the 1 hit through the first 3 innings. The rookie Ian Kinsler with a single to right last inning.
Well, the first starting pitch, it's a crack a little bit today. Millwood. Now let's see how Schilling responds with the 2-0 lead.
Young takes a strike from Schilling, who's now thrown 43 pitches as he works here in the 4th inning. He struck out Michael Young. First time Young came up, 3 Ks on the afternoon so far for Schilling. Grounded right side, ranging is Youkilis. Schilling covers and the out at first. Jerry, I would think that's one of the elements that Youkilis will have to get used to, when to pull up and let the second baseman take it and when it's your ball.
Yeah, right, Don. And, you know, when you watch Youkilis prior to this ground ball, he was well off the line, so he was committed to it right away. And then the toughest part of that play was the throw to Schilling covering first base. Schilling's able to catch it, then pick the bag up and make the tag.
Varitek out to talk to Curt Schilling. Schilling has the first out here of the 4th inning. Mark Teixeira coming up.
You'll see that all year long. When a pitcher goes to cover first base, normally the catcher will go out to talk to him just to give him a few extra seconds to catch his breath.
Mark Teixeira last year had 43 home runs. The league leaders are brought to you by Olympia Sports. And Teixeira in behind Rodriguez, Ortiz, and Ramirez. Teixeira last year, to go along with those 43 home runs, 144 runs batted in. Teixeira switch hitter. Little looper into left center field, in for a hit. Over is crisp, and Teixeira's aboard with a 1-out single. Just the second hit of the day off Curt Schilling.
Well, you don't always hit mistakes, but that time Teixeira did. That ball was supposed to be away, down and away. I believe it's a splitter. See where Varitek is? And the ball stays inside. The inside-out swing by Teixeira for the base hit. You know, Teixeira not only did it offensively last year, only made 3 errors at first base and won a Gold Glove.
First career Gold Glove last year for Teixeira. And has his first hit of 2006 on at first with 1 down. For Phil Nevin, who flied out to center field his first time up. The second time he started the season on opening day with an American League team. The Anaheim Angels back in 1998. Acquired by the Rangers from the Padres for Chan-Ho Park. Was a starter here for a while for the Rangers. Really had a tough time of it in his time with Texas. Evan hits one in the air to left as Ramirez heads back. And there's 2 down in the inning. Time now for the answer to our Aflac trivia question from an inning ago. Other than Roger Clemens and Pedro Martinez, who was the last Red Sox pitcher to start back-to-back opening day games? And the answer, our own Hall of Famer Dennis Eckersley, 82 and 83. And today, Curt Schilling making his first opening day start in a Red Sox uniform, and first one personally for Curt since 1999 when he was a member of the Phillies. Was with the Diamondbacks when he was there, had Randy Johnson ahead of him, and then arrived here in Boston, Pedro Martinez ahead of him. And then last year could not begin the season as he started the year last year on the DL.
In his opening day starts, he's 2-0 with 3 no decisions. That time he gets Blaylock to chase the high fastball and quickly jumps out in front 0-2.
Never had a home opener, all of them coming on the road, as is today's assignment for Schilling. Blaylock with a wild swing and a miss, and Schilling picks up his 4th strikeout of the day. We played 4. Red Sox on top 2-0.
Remember how great the last day of school was? That's what getting away on a Southwest Airlines Fun Fair feels like. These low fares to your favorite vacation spots coast to coast start at just $59. Book yours at southwest.com.
You are now free to move about the country.
In leadership, no word is more important than trust. You can trust Chevy, the brand more Americans choose.
See why during the Chevy NCAA March Madness event, like Silverado half-ton work truck with better half-ton fuel economy than Ford F-150. Get an 06 Silverado half-ton regular cab long box 2-wheel drive work truck for $14,990 after cash back. Or get it for less during the Chevy NCAA March Madness event. To find out more, go to NewEnglandChevyDealers.com and click Head to Head.
Boston Red Sox early season coverage.
Strike 3 call.
Boston Bruins action. When your teams play at the same time, check out Red Sox baseball as always on NESN. And catch any same-time NESN Bruins game coverage on an alternate channel.
Bergeron, what a move! Bergeron scores!
Same coverage, same time. For alternate channel information, log on to NESN.com.
NESN is working overtime tomorrow night with the Sox in Texas and the Bruins in Montreal. Coverage of the Sox and Rangers starts at 7 o'clock on NESN. You can follow the Bruins when they face off against the Habs on an alternate channel. Log on to NESN.com to find the Bruins channel in your area.
Top half of the 5th inning, Red Sox on top 2-0 thanks to a 2-run double by Jason Varitek. That scored David Ortiz and Trot Nixon in the top half of the 4th inning. Kevin Youkilis, Alex Gonzalez, and Coco Crisp anticipated here in the 5th inning. Youkilis flying out to right field his first time up. Red Sox getting to Millwood for the first time last inning after 3 scoreless innings for Millwood. 3 strikeouts on the day and a walk. Nicholas last year in 44 games with the Red Sox, 5 different stints on the Major League roster. Got in 43 games and had 4 stints with the Pawtucket Red Sox. After the 1-1, he pops it up into short right. Kinsler out. And the rookie second baseman takes care of out number 1. So 1 down here in the top of the 5th, and Alex Gonzalez coming up. Gonzalez flied to right back in the 3rd inning. Gonzalez signing with the Red Sox as a free agent on February 6th after spending his entire pro career in the Marlins system beginning back in 1994. Shoots it to right down the line and in for a hit. Over is Kevin Mensch to play it, but Gonzalez aboard with a 1-out single.
Well, stay tuned after the game for WB Mason's Extra Innings and Granite City Electric's Extra Innings Extra. Tom Caron and Dennis Eckersley will break down Curt Schilling's performance on this opening day. Plus, Sox outfielder Gabe Kapler will be in our brand new Nesson studio, and you'll also hear Terry's take with Tina Savasio. It all's coming up right after the game with TC Eck and Gabe Kapler. I'm sure Gabe Kapler will wish he was here today with his club, but obviously still trying to get healthy from that Achilles problem.
No doubt about it. We get to see Gabe quite a bit during the spring, and hoping to get back by May or perhaps sometime during the season. Tough to keep him down. I'm sure he wants to get back just as soon as possible, but really has to take it easy. That was a nasty injury that we witnessed last year in Toronto. Coco Crisp has struck out twice today, both times looking. Teixeira holding on. Gonzalez at first with 1 down. The Red Sox now with 4 hits off Kevin Millwood. On the ground at first, Teixeira. The second for 1. The return throw. Too much speed from Crisp. They do retire the lead runner in Gonzalez, and there's 2 down in the inning.
Pretty good job, too, by Gonzalez going into second base and upsetting Michael Young. He does come off the bag, but still, it's not a normal throw for him. And obviously, with the speed of Coco Crisp, very little chance of turning over the double play. Now again, Coco, I spoke with Terry Francona this morning about it. He says, yes, he definitely has the green light to go whenever he'd like to. So with 2 outs, a good chance that, especially against Millwood, he'll try to take that chance.
There's Loretta, who's 0 for 2 today as they check on Crisp. And Millwood trying to keep him close. Loretta coming to the Red Sox for Doug Mirabelli in December as they check on Crisp again. Kind of awkwardly going back to the bag that time.
I mean, Coco Crisp firsthand got to watch guys run against Millwood last year in Cleveland.
A fun season for the Indians last year, just coming up short. Crisp and Millwood and a lot of the young Indians.
Other thing, too, here, Don, is that Loretta is the type of guy that's not afraid to go to 2 strikes to allow his base runner at first base to try to steal. Tough to go on an 0-1 count because that could be a pitch out count.
Barajas setting up outside on Loretta as he fouls it off to the right, back and out of play, and Loretta in the hole now, 0-2. Against 2006 with a .245 career average with 2 strikes against him. The 4th best average in baseball among active players, at least 1,500 career at bats. And here he's down 0-2. 1-2 now to Crisp on a pitch down and away. Pitch out this time, and Crisp not going anywhere.
2-2 takeoff, Coco. Go, Coco, go. How's that?
Well, see if Coco goes for the first time here. We saw Coco go a few times in spring training. He's got great speed, and it's going to be fun to watch this season. There he goes, and Loretta fouls it off down the right field line.
2 balls, 2 strikes. There's going to be no pitch out here. So Coco Crisp had a good jump at first base, but of course with the 2 strikes, Loretta fouling the ball off. That was a great jump at first base, and you can see why Millwood gives up a lot of steals.
Very slow in coming to the plate. Methodically, Kevin Millwood, who has 2 outs in the inning. Crisp at first, and another throw over. Crisp bluffs at first as Loretta takes ball 3. It's a full count as Millwood wanted it.
Yeah, Millwood wanted it bad because earlier in this ball game, those pitches were being called strikes. Get the Sunday Globe's award-winning sports coverage every week. Call 1-800-984-5335 today for 50% off home delivery. The Boston Sunday Globe. Start the week off right.
Full count to Loretta. He fouls it off and hangs tough at 3-2. It was the 4th major league team for Loretta. Acquired from the San Diego Padres for Marabelli in December. Played in the majors for Milwaukee, Houston, and most recently the San Diego Padres, where he called home from 2003 through 2005. Lifetime .301 hitter in the major leagues. Out towards right center field and will shoot the gap as it gets down and rolls to the track and the wall. Coco Crisp will easily score from first base. An RBI double for Mark Loretta has the Red Sox on top 3-0.
Now for me, looking at Kevin Mensch out there in right field, especially with the man off at first base on the 3-2 count, he was too shallow. Now I don't know if he'd have caught up with it anyway, but as soon as this ball contact was made by Loretta, you knew there was no chance that Mensch could catch up to it. And with Crisp speed, he'll come all the way around from first base to give the Red Sox a 3-0 lead. So a couple of doubles have provided the runs today for the Red Sox. Veritek with 2 outs, and now Loretta with 2 outs.
So some clutch hitting on the afternoon for the Red Sox. All the runs with 2 outs, and David Ortiz stands in with the full shift on here for the Rangers. Yeah, Mark Loretta at second base with 2 down. Ortiz singled and scored back in the 4th inning. Red Sox getting to Millwood for 2 runs in the 4th. They have added a run here in the 5th. Well, Ortiz taking the strike. A look back for Gary Darling.
I think David felt like that pitch might have been a little bit high. It certainly was above the belt. But above the belt now is a strike. So a few years back, you couldn't get a strike called above the belt.
Two and 1 now to Ortiz. A great start today for Millwood over the first 3 innings. It's been a different story over the last inning and 2/3.
It all changed on that 1 at bat to Trot Nixon when he walked Nixon.
Missing again to Ortiz, and it's 3-1. Nixon with a walk with 2 outs in the 4th would come around to score the second Red Sox run on the double by Varitek. Now Ortiz hits one high and deep to right. Will it stay fair down the line? Off the pole, a 2-run shot for Big Papi. First home run of the year for Big Papi. Puts the Red Sox on top 5-0.
I don't quite understand why in a park like this you would ever let David Ortiz pull the ball. And again, they try to go inside. Another bad breaking ball that just spins. The only question was it gonna stay fair. It does. It hits the foul pole. Ortiz kind of leaning in, hoping that it does, and it does. Well, between some very good pitching by Millwood, he has made some bad pitches in this game, and that time Ortiz jumped all over a bad breaking ball.
So a 3-run top half of the 5th inning so far for the Red Sox. David Ortiz, who hit 47 of them last year, has his first home run of 2006. And the Red Sox jumping on top 5-0 on Kevin Millwood and the Rangers. And some action for the first time in the Rangers bullpen. Feldman, one of the newcomers to the Rangers, up in the pen, a right-hander. Manny Ramirez grounds one behind Millwood and into center field. Jumping on that first pitch is Manny.
That's what Manny did all spring training. He used the middle of the field a lot. Francona was talking about that this morning in his meeting. He said, you know, he came to spring training, just tried to hit the ball up the middle. As spring training moved on, he tried to pull the ball a little bit more to hit some home runs. That time right back up the middle for the base hit.
Well, Millwood up to 83 pitches, about to deal with the 7th man to bat in the inning for the Red Sox. Trot Nixon, who bats with Ramirez at first. Certainly the turning point in this one, Jerry, as you mentioned, Trot Nixon's walk with 2 outs in the 4th inning and leading to a lot of this for the Red Sox to the tune of 5 runs since.
Yeah, I think so, Don, because, you know, he was kind of cruising along in the game, not close to Nixon, and you knew when Varitek came to the plate, he was going to see a good pitch. And he jumped all over that good pitch, that fastball for the double to drive in the runs, and Millwood really hasn't been the same since then.
Fooled Nixon on the last pitch, and he's ahead 0-2. Trot is lined out to center and then walked his last time up.
Couple of curveballs, back-to-back curveballs from Millwood. First time today he's done that. So right now he's searching for a pitch to get an out.
Now look what has taken place after that important walk by Trot Nixon. And it has taken Millwood out of whatever rhythm he had through the first 3 2/3 innings. Nixon on the inside outswing, fouls it off to the left. Manny Ramirez at first base with 2 down here in the top half of the 5th. 3 runs in for Boston in the inning. Evens up now to Nixon at 2-2.
Now you can see the headlines if this game remains the same in the Texas papers. Same old story, no pitching.
A new ace, but the story is the same. Yeah,
That's still a long way to go here, but Red Sox putting those 5 up on the board, all of those coming with 2 outs.
Now Nixon lifts it to short right center. Late break for Kevin Mensch, and he will dive to make the catch. Well, he barely got there after a very late break. The Red Sox come up with 3 in the top of the 5th. Big Papi's gone deep for the first time. It's 5-0 Boston.
268 horsepower engine, 5-speed automatic transmission with sequential shift, yet unexpected fuel efficiency. Sumptuous tranquil interior, 9-speaker audio system, 7 airbags, yet its starting price is under $28,000. Comparisons to similarly priced cars are common, yet the costs are so very different. What's wrong with this picture?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Just ask someone you know who drives an Avalon. Toyota, moving forward.
More Americans are choosing the great taste of Miller Lite. 2.5 million in just the last year.
Imagine 2.5 million new Miller Lite drinkers join together across this great nation from coast to coast, sea to shining sea. But after doing the math, we found that 2.5 million people would only get us halfway, landing us somewhere in the Midwest. But with more Americans choosing Miller Lite every day, you can almost smell the ocean from here. The taste revolution is calling. Pick up the phone.
Boston Red Sox early season coverage.
Strike 3 call.
Boston Bruins action. When your teams play at the same time, check out Red Sox baseball as always on NESN and catch any same-time NESN Bruins game coverage on an alternate channel.
Bergeron, what a move! Bergeron scores!
Same coverage, same time. For alternate channel information, log on to NESN.com.
Welcome back to Ameriquest Field as David Ortiz gives the Red Sox a 5-0 lead with his 2-run home run in the top of the 5th inning. This gives a great cushion for Curt Schilling, and earlier this spring, Schilling talked about Ortiz's rising popularity.
I keep looking and wondering if there's another level for him to get to. I thought that last year he took it even to greater heights than he did in the 2004 season, and I thought, this guy's at the pinnacle. And now I'm watching him in early March. He's looking like it's mid-July, and is there another level that he's going to get to? Because if there is, I can't wait to see it.
Well, they just might get to that level this year. It's only opening day. Don, back to you.
All right, Tina, thanks very much. As Kevin Mensch leads it off, Terry, really is amazing from where David Ortiz once was, a guy that was perhaps maybe lost in the shuffle a little bit with the Minnesota Twins, comes to Boston onto the big stage, and really he never ceases to amaze.
And if reports are anywhere close to being correct, he's not very far away from signing a new long-term extension for the Red Sox. We've heard mixed. We've heard that it's out there, but it's not official yet. And I'm sure, my guess is, if it's close to being done, it'll be done when the Red Sox return home.
It'll certainly be a great thing to have him wrapped up for the foreseeable future. And off to the fast start today with a 2-run home run off the pole and right that has given the Red Sox and Curt Schilling a 5-0 advantage. Kevin Mensch wraps one on the ground to Gonzalez at short for the first out here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
By the way, you can just eliminate Ortiz from the MVP thing right away because it's a DH.
Well. Yes.
Right? So you're done on opening day.
Now, if it was ever going to be a DH you wanted, it really was last year for David Ortiz, and still came up short.
And taking nothing away from A-Rod, because that was a terrific season he had.
One down for Lance Nix, who popped out to the shortstop his first time up. Little number back toward Schilling, who's off the hill spryly and throws to first in time to get Nixon.
Kids, opening day just around the corner. Now's the time to sign up for Red Sox Kid Nation, presented by Hood. You receive an official membership kit, which includes an exclusive Kid Nation hat, lunchbox, discounted tickets, discounts at the Red Sox team store, and various Boston tourist attractions. Membership just $20, and you can join today by logging on to Red Sox/Kid Nation or by calling 888-RED-SOX-6.
2 down for Rod Barajas, the Rangers catcher, popped out to shortstop his first time up.
Well, you talk about a guy that's a long way from home plate. Barajas looks like he's in another ballpark.
The outside corner could be tough to obtain. See if Schilling heads out there. Veritek does. They do, and it's on the corner. 1-1. Pitching line is brought to you by Nissan. Schilling 61 pitches deep into his outing. And just the 2 hits over 4 2/3 innings. Ian Kinsler with a single and Mark Teixeira with a single. The 2 hits for Texas. Schilling with 4 strikeouts. He struck out Rangers third baseman Hank Blaylock twice. Line into right center field. A base hit for Barajas. Wide turn at first, but he'll hold with a 2-out single. The 3rd Rangers hit of the day.
And again, as we mentioned, Barajas off the plate, but watch where that pitch is. It's right over the middle of the plate. That's exactly where all hitters like it. And Barajas with the 2-out base hit.
So 2 down. Barajas at first, and here's Ian Kinsler. A single for his first major league hit and his first major league at bat. Well, the first pitch strike from Schilling. Well, entirely new defense in behind Schilling in the infield for the Red Sox. That is where the biggest change has taken place. 12 new guys on the Red Sox roster. And by all accounts, looking at this team on paper, Jerry, certainly from a defensive standpoint, much better and more sound. A team that finished 12th for defense last year.
Yeah, it's the logo infield. Lowell for the LO, GO for Gonzalez, LO for Loretta, and YO for Youkilis. How's that?
I didn't get it right away, but I'm glad you broke it down. Now I understand. The yo-yo.
Logo Loyo.
That's kind of catchy. I see a T-shirt on the RemyReport.com coming up.
I've actually been thinking about that for about a month.
Yeah.
I didn't want to break it out till opening day.
That's good stuff. Kinsler fouls it off to the right and evens up at 2-2.
LoJack is back for another season, and every run of the Red Sox catch stealing, you have a chance to win a LoJack stolen vehicle recovery system. Log on to NESN.com and enter the date, opponent, and runner's name for your chance to win in the LoJack caught stealing sweepstakes.
Bench grounded out. Nix grounded out. Barajas with a 2-out single. Now the 2-2 to Kinsler is fouled off over by the Red Sox dugout.
Schilling's thrown some nice split-fingered fastballs today. For the most part, he's been able to keep them down. Hasn't been a lot of them. A lot of fastballs from Curt. But when he's thrown the splitter, it has been down for the most part. Pretty good job there by Kinsler to foul that one off.
Inside this time, a full count to Kinsler. First Ranger rookie to start at second base since Jerry Brown did in 1987. And the first to make his major league debut as a starting second baseman since Bump Wills back in 1977. On deck, the top of the Rangers order, Brad Wilkerson. Ball 4 in the first walk of the day allowed by Schilling to the number 9 hitter this time. And the Rangers have something going with 2 down.
Yeah, Schilling really upset with himself, too, for walking the 9 hitter. That's the first pitch today that he looked like he tried to overthrow. It's just painful for Schilling when he walks somebody. Tries to go with the good hard fastball, and you can see it up and out of the zone. And Schilling just not happy with those results. Unacceptable.
So 2 down, Barajas at second base, Kinsler at first, and Wilkerson. It's his third look today at Curt Schilling. 3 of the 4 base runners today for the Rangers have come with 2 outs. Wilkerson has struck out swinging in the first and fly to right in the third. Swing and a miss for Wilkerson.
Well, you can see why Wilkerson strikes out a lot. He's got that severe uppercut swing. Not very patient. Although he did walk 84 times last year, which kind of surprised me, but a lot of strikeouts, 147.
And a good ending to spring training at home runs in back-to-back games. 3 homers during the spring for Wilkerson in his first year in a Rangers uniform. Takes the strike over the inside corner, much to his dismay.
Cut fastball that time from Schilling for the strike.
He'll move there at the end by Varitek to bring it back in. Ball and 2 strikes to Wilkerson. Barajas at second, Kinsler at first. First time today the Rangers have had a base runner visit second base. Just off the outside edge and framed by Varitek, but a full count now to Wilkerson.
Oh, that looked like a good pitch there by Schilling. He thought he had strike 3 on this one. Varitek away, does not move the glove, maybe call for being too low. Schilling had a couple of hops toward the Red Sox dugout.
Varitek out to talk with him. Gary Darling has a plate today. Two on, 2 away for the Rangers here in the bottom of the 5th inning. The 3-2 pitch fouled off to the left.
This really is the hardest that Schilling has had to work so far in this ball game.
And it's the bottom of the order that has given him trouble this time, and 2 of the 3 hits that he has allowed today coming from the bottom of the order. Barajas and Kinsler each with hits. This will be the 22nd pitch of the inning for Schilling, the most energy he's had to expend from a pitch count stance. Wilkerson fouls it off to our left and into the Texas Rangers radio booth.
Little bobble over there by Eric Nidell.
Wasn't cleanly handled. Well, Schilling started the inning quickly, ground out some mention Nix, but a single for Barajas. The walk to Kinsler, the number 9 hitter. Runners at first and second, and Wilkerson waiting on the 3-2. Popped up left side. Mike Lowell ranging into foul ground. Makes the catch, and the Rangers strand a pair. We played 5 on opening day from Texas. The Red Sox lead at 5-0. Mike Lowell ranging in.
My mom's sending me a text message. No way! We're having macaroni tonight. Yes!
They're America's outcasts.
If there weren't nerds in the world, who would we throw eggs at?
But when push comes to shove...
Stop picking on that kid. Let's teach those bullies a lesson.
The benchwarmers...
This is for your catch and release skills.
...will have their day.
Should somebody call 411?
The benchwarmers, rated PG-13.
Do we have your autographs?
Do you need my address too?
Opens everywhere Friday.
Wouldn't it be nice to be rewarded for your business? Business Owner Banking from Sovereign Bank does just that. You can get free business checking with 300 free transactions a month, free cash deposit processing, and our best personal checking account with preferred rates and discounts free. Get Business Owner Banking today, and we'll give you a free first order of checks up to a $100 value. See? Rewards are nice. Business Owner Banking, a more rewarding business relationship. Sovereign Bank.
Came to spend some time together, reconnect.
Back at Ameriquest Field in Arlington, Texas, and this game summary is brought to you by your local Lincoln Mercury dealers. Fine start to the season for the Red Sox, and it begins in the fourth inning. Jason Varitek with a 2-out double to drive in a pair. Mark Loretta checks in with a double of his own to drive in a run, and the first home run of the season for Big Papi. A 2-run shot to right, and the Red Sox enjoy a 5-0 advantage. A good outing for Curt Schilling, 5 shutout innings today. And the end of the outing today for Kevin Millwood, who is done after 5 innings. The Rangers bring on a new pitcher for the 6th, and it's Scott Feldman.
Feldman last year spent most of the season at Frisco, where he made 46 appearances. He did make 8 for the Texas Rangers, all out of the bullpen. For the Rangers, 0-1 with an 0.96 ERA. There you see the minor league totals, 59 games. That's not a lot of minor league experience, but that is the case in baseball now, where if you can pitch at all, you're going to be in the big leagues.
Made his major league debut at the Rangers August the 31st of last year. And did not allow run over his first 6 appearances. On for Millwood, who worked the first 5 innings today and sort of self-destructed in the 4th and 5th innings after starting very well over the first 3 innings. 5 innings, 7 hits, 5 runs charged to Millwood, including the 2-run home run by Ortiz. Walked 1 and struck out 3.
That's a different look than what the Red Sox got from Millwood. That sidearm slinging delivery to home plate by Feldman. That looks painful on the arm, doesn't it?
Certainly does. Doesn't look healthy. Outside and low to Varitek, and the count evens at 2-2.
And of course, when a guy throws like that, most of the time to those left-handed hitters, that ball will just sink down and away.
Varitek 2 for 2 today, an infield hit and a 2-run double as he takes ball 3 away, and it's a full count. Feldman, born in Hawaii, resides in Burlingame, California now. He's pretty big. 6'6", 225 pounds, just 23 years of age. Varitek slaps it on the ground towards Michael Young, who throws him out for the first out of the 6th inning.
Well, tonight at 10, join Hazel May for Sports Desk, presented by FW Webb, the official distributor of plumbing and heating supplies for the Boston Red Sox. You'll get a full recap of opening day 2006 from here in Arlington, including highlights, analysis, and reaction, plus highlights from around Major League Baseball and from the NCAA National Basketball Championship between UCLA and Florida tonight. It's all on Sports Desk tonight with Hazel May in high definition, and it's only on NESN.
One down for Mike Lowell. Takes a first pitch strike from Feldman. Lowell grounded into a fielder's choice in the 2nd and bounced out to shortstop in the 4th inning. Well, Feldman, a guy, Jerry, as you mentioned, who got to the big leagues very quickly. He's not a high draft choice. 30th round back in 2003, but quickly through the Rangers organization and in the big leagues for the first time last year, and just his 2nd full pro season.
Well, if you can throw the ball at all in this Texas organization, which has had problems with pitches for a number of years now, I mean, they're looking for anybody that can help out. So even 30-round picks get a chance if they have any kind of success at all at the minor leagues.
Yeah, you see a lot with 1st and 2nd rounders. This one in the air to the left for Lowell, but Wilkerson is there, and there's 2 down in the 6th inning. Two up, 2 down in the 6th, and it'll bring up Kevin Youkilis. Flied to right in the 3rd inning and popped out to second base in the 5th. Feldman starting off ahead of the Red Sox batters here in the inning, and he's ahead of Youkilis. A deceptive motion. He's ahead 0-2. Buck Showalter optimistic that his pitching staff is better this year. Got that offense intact once again this season. Strike 3 call over the outside corner to Youkilis. A 1-2-3 inning for Feldman, the reliever. We played 5.5, 5-0 Boston.
Some things you just can't copy, like Wendy's original spicy chicken sandwich. A big, juicy whole breast filet, covered with our own fiery blend of peppers and spices. For more meat and more heat. Don't clown around with copies. Do what tastes right.
Take a look at these great Sullivan tire deals.
Okay, team, we're gonna change 4.
Stop in for the Goodyear Change 4 tire sale.
3, 2, you're here.
You can get up to a $40 cash card with the purchase of 4 selected Goodyear tires, including the Assurance and Forterra, featuring triple tread technology. Plus, ask how you can double your rebate on qualifying purchases.
For the best tire deals, come to Sullivan Tire. We're always here to get you there.
Cheeseburger plate. Cheeseburger plate. Fish plate. Fish plate.
Hey, how you doing? How are you?
How about you? What do you want?
I'll have a Bruins plate.
Bruins plate. Bruins plate.
Help Mass Youth Hockey by getting your own Boston Bruins license plate at any Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle office. After registry fees, all money will go to fund important programs of Mass Youth Hockey throughout the state.
Bruins plate. So how's your Bruins plate?
It's a little chewy.
The 2006 Red Sox season is here, and every Sox game's on NESN. One nation, one network. Tomorrow night, it's Sox Rangers at 7 on NESN.
Do you have to get back to work before the game is over today? Don't worry. Catch the primetime Sox double play tonight at 6 from the Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe pregame report. Through the game, WB Mason's Extra Innings and Granite City Electric Extra Innings Extra. NESN has wall-to-wall opening day coverage, so you won't miss a thing if you tune in to NESN tonight at 6 o'clock.
76 pitches for Curt Schilling as we begin the last half of the 6th inning. Michael Young, Mark Teixeira, and Phil Nevin bat here in the last half of the 6th. Schilling having to expend the most energy of his outing last inning as he threw 22 pitches, and the Rangers threatened in the 5th after he got the first 2 outs quickly. Out a single and a walk, and then got Wilkerson to foul out to get out of the jam. Young has struck out swinging today and grounded out to first base. Schilling allowing 3 hits today, a single for Ian Kinsler's first major league hit. Mark Teixeira with a single to center, and Rod Barajas with a single to center field. One sailed foul down the right field line, back and out of play.
Well, it's nice to be in Arlington, Texas, when it's not 109,000 degrees here.
It's a little more enjoyable this time of year.
It's a beautiful day for opening day. I guess what the temperatures would be in the high 70s, maybe low 80s this afternoon.
A little bit of a haze above us. Sun darting in and out of the clouds, but very comfortable. Getting just a piece of that is Michael Young, batting champion last year in the American League. Last year becoming the 22nd player in Major League history to record 3 consecutive seasons with 200 or more hits. Setting a Rangers record last year with 221 hits. Including the major leagues with 66 multi-hit games last year. The 2-time All-Star 2004 and 2005. And has made a very good transition from second base to shortstop in the absence of Alex Rodriguez going to the Yankees, leaving the Rangers. This one high and deep to left center field. Back goes Ramirez onto the warning track to make the running catch. Manny went into the wall pretty hard out there in left center field, but he makes the grab and appears to be all right.
Yeah, and he almost messed that up because he started slowly after that. I think he was surprised how far that ball was going to carry. Watch Manny when he starts. He's really not running that hard, and then he realized he has to pick it up. Makes the catch, crashes into the wall, and is able to close up the glove. And Schilling, a little sigh of relief because I think he also saw Manny start slowly after that one.
In a result-based business, in the end, he got it done. As Mark Teixeira pops it up foul off to the left.
Oh, I like that one.
Like that, a result-based business.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
In the end, he got it done. Taking a few months to mix that in, and we got it out on opening day. You and your yo-yo infield, I got that. The 0-1 is a strike over the outside corner to Teixeira. Fouled off to the left, still 0-2. Very deep in right field is Trot Nixon for Mark Teixeira. Red Sox straight away, but Nixon the deepest of the three outfielders. Fourth consecutive year Teixeira has been on the Rangers opening day roster. Last year, his first All-Star game appearance, and a two-run home run off Dontrell Willis in the All-Star game last year. Skies one to right center field. Coco Crisp heading back towards the warning track to make the catch. So a couple of deep flies here for the Rangers in the sixth, but Ramirez made the catch on the first one, and this one reeled in by Crisp, 2 down.
You know, last inning was kind of a taxi inning for Schilling, throwing a lot of pitches, and he comes out here in the sixth inning, a couple of long fly balls by both Young and Teixeira, but the good return for Schilling is they're both outs.
Two down, and Phil Nevin coming up. Nevin has fly to center and fly to left, 0 for 2 today. Schilling upset with himself as he falls behind 2-0. With a breakdown for Curt Schilling. That up over 100 pitches in that pitch count in spring training, that last outing, and himself tuned up for this first outing of the regular season at 91 pitches through 5 2/3. Drops in there for a strike to Nevin. It's 2-1.
Yeah, start down in spring training in a minor league game. I believe that he threw over 100 pitches in that game.
Nevin pops it up. Veritek coming back towards the screen, and he won't have a play. Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by Quick Read, by Pepsi, and by Bernie and Phil's Furniture. Two down here in the last half of the sixth inning. Count of 2-2 to Phil Nevin. Shoots it, a fair ball down the first base line, just inside the line. And over to dig it out is Nixon. Trouble over there. But holding to the 2-out single is Phil Nevin.
Well, the fans are booing Nevin for not going to second base, but I mean, you're down by 5 runs. You're not going to take a chance. So the ball had a little trouble being dug out by Nixon down in right field, but what do they expect? I mean, Nevin does not run very well. That ball, he thought it was a fly ball. It was toward the end of the bat. Look at he's looking up. He doesn't even know where the ball is. And now here's where a little bit of trouble comes in down this line, and they're getting all over Nevin for not going to second base. Well, I mean, yeah, get thrown out 5 runs down.
See what Buck Showalter thinks of that.
Yeah. See what the fans think of that.
They fouled off to the left by Hank Blaylock. So Phil Nevin with a 2-out single.
He had no idea when that ball was.
No.
He swung and he looked straight up in the air like he hit a fly ball, and it was a little squibber down the first baseline.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how John Daniels, the general manager, is 28 years of age, and Buck Showalter coexist. And Buck certainly known as a guy who's a no-nonsense type manager, and a guy who, of course, involved the Arizona Diamondbacks right out of the gate, and very structured. Remember the manual that came out from the Arizona Diamondbacks, even really before they had started their first regular season, was from top to bottom mandated by Buck Showalter, and it's to see how those two coexist. So far, it's gone famously, but it's just the first game of their tenure together.
See how famous it is in July.
Yes. Line to right, down towards the corner, and it is gone. A 2-run home run for Hank Blaylock, line drive style, down by the 349 marker. And some balls hit hard in the inning off Schilling, and now the 2-run home run by Blaylock gets the Rangers on the board.
Well, what got going and with 2 outs was Nevin, a little squibbed on that first base line. He thought it was a fly ball, but it was not. And then, of course, Blaylock, it looked like a cut fastball that was inside, and a line drive home run right down the line. I think last inning took a bit out of Curt Schilling. He threw a lot of pitches in the 5th inning. And as you mentioned, on a couple of long outs to start off this inning.
.25 home runs last year for Blaylock, his first of the season. Now Mensch pops it up. Gonzalez calls and makes the catch that ends the inning. But a 2-run home run for Hank Blaylock has the Rangers on the board through 6. Boston on top 5-2.
Bergeron, great shift. Rebound, Raycroft dives. That'll get him going. Drilled him. Shot, score! Bruins turn the other way. Huge hit. Shot, score! Bruins lead 2-0.
What is Sports Desk? Sports Desk is a half-hour sports news program focused on getting you the scores and bringing viewers the stories behind the teams. It's not just about the result, it's also about the drama that unfolds leading up to the final score.
NESN Sports Desk, the first word in New England sports.
NESN Sports Desk, your sports, your teams, first and fast.
NESN Sports Desk, at a time that's right for you. Boston Red Sox early season coverage.
Strike 3 call.
Boston Bruins action. When your teams play at the same time, check out Red Sox baseball as always on NESN and catch any same-time NESN Bruins game coverage on an alternate channel.
Bergeron, what a move! Bergeron scores!
Same coverage, same time. For alternate channel information, log on to NESN.com. NESN makes it easy to follow the puck. Andy Brickley and Dale Arnold call you at home. Jack Edwards and Brick pick up the puck on the road.
That'll get him going. Shot, save, Toivonen! Score!
And Rob Simpson keeps an eye on it ringside.
Check it out.
Studio host Eric Freed and NESN analysts pick up the puck before it's dropped and put it in the net for the night. It's easy to follow the puck on NESN. Just watch.
Red Sox fans, if you need medical care while at Fenway Park, visit the Beth Israel Deaconess First Aid Station behind Section 12. Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center is the official hospital of the Boston Red Sox.
Coco Crisp leads it off after Gonzalez, that is. Gonzalez leads it off for the Red Sox, who's 1 for 2. Alex with a single in the 5th inning. And Crisp and Loretta. And home plate umpire Gary Darling talking to Buck Showalter.
Well, they've got some straightaway center field and a hitter's backdrop. They've got 41,551. Now, is that the attendance for today?
Might be, but it's very white in the batter's eye.
That won't do.
No.
We're very proud of all the folks that are here today, but we must remove that.
Thank you for coming, but you may get somebody killed with that. Yeah, they got to get it all out of there. Gary Darling waiting. Gonzalez 1 for 2 today. Single his last time up. Very good first inning of relief for Feldman. Nice grab over there by a fan beyond the Rangers dugout. Feldman retired the side in order in the 6th. Veritek grounded out. Lowell flied out to left. And Kevin Youkilis struck out looking.
There are some Red Sox fans here today, and I met a gentleman between innings, a couple innings ago, came up and told me that he drove all the way from Boston down to Texas here for the opening day game. He was a little bit tired, he said.
I was going to say, how far do you think that is? To right field, sinking fast, bench coming in, but a base hit for Gonzalez, who picks up his 2nd hit of the day.
Gonzalez, who did not have a good spring offensively, joins Jason Veritek and David Ortiz with 2 hit days. Fastball up and to the opposite field again for Gonzalez.
So leadoff single for Gonzalez. It is the first time today the Red Sox have had the lead runner on. Chris grounds it to deep short and out of the reach of Michael Young into left. And Coco Crisp has his first hit in a Red Sox uniform. The Red Sox have runners at 1st and 2nd.
When a left-hander is working against a submarine style pitcher like Feldman, you can look for the ball away. And that's exactly what Coco Crisp did there, going to the opposite field. As you see the graphic, average home runs, doubles, runs scored. It's improved in every major league season that he's played. And of course, you know, that's one of the attractions for the Red Sox. They got him as a young player heading into his prime.
Player profile brought to you by Sovereign Bank, the official bank of the Red Sox cable network. As Mark Loretta takes a strike. Loretta with a double his last time up to knock in a run. He's also fouled out to first and flied to center.
Loretta's a guy you could play hit and run with if you wanted to in this situation, even with men at 1st and 2nd.
Action in the pen, left-hander Brian Schaus up, the former Red Sox lefty. One of the Rangers last number of years, and up in the pen. Red Sox course with Ortiz waiting on deck. Loretta grounds it to third baseman Blaylock, but foul. And the foul ball send the base runners back to 2nd and 1st.
In fact, the ball hit right off the left foot of Mark Loretta.
Feldman, who enjoyed a clean 6th inning, 1-2-3, is giving up back-to-back hits here to begin the top half of the 7th. Down the right field line and headed foul. Not a lot of foul ground down there, but Mark Loretta found it.
Kind of a tough angle down in right field here. You lose sight of the ball from behind home plate.
Newman's up at 2-2 now to Loretta. Gonzalez started the inning with a single to right. Coco Crisp, his first hit in a Red Sox uniform, single to left. Runners at first and second. Loretta after the 2-2, and he fouls it outside of third. Last year was his third year as a member of the San Diego Padres, and he batted at .280 in the final season. Limited to just 105 games after having surgery on his left thumb in May. Last season for him offensively 2004, and it was his first selection to the National League All-Star team. Named the Padres MVP in 2004 and had career highs in just about every offensive category, including a .335 average. Thought about it, didn't go, and it's a ball. And a full count down to Loretta.
And kind of a mixed bag today for Darling behind home plate. Sometimes he's been very generous, other times not. If it missed, it just barely missed.
Full count to Loretta, first and second with nobody out. Lifted foul down the right field line, back and out of play. Joaquin Benoit has joined Brian Schaus in the pen, two returning relievers.
You'll probably see Schaus for Ortiz, and then maybe the quick move for Benoit against Ramirez.
Pretty good battle here between Loretta and Feldman, a 9-pitch at bat already. And Loretta lifts it to shallow center. Lance Nix coming on, and he'll make the catch. Way off the bag at second is Gonzalez, and he is picked off. Turns into a double play and a bad base running move for Alex Gonzalez.
I don't know what Gonzalez was thinking about there. I mean, when a ball's hit that high, very little chance that was going to drop in. But for some reason, Gonzalez thought it was going to, as he gets trapped hanging out between second and third base. Now, it's a late jump, and Gonzalez starts to take off, but it really turns into an easy play for Nix and the easy double play. So, you know, what could have been a very big inning, a base running mistake may take the Red Sox out of that.
Pitching change for the Rangers as the Red Sox help them out. 5-2 Boston.
Nesson makes it easy to follow the puck. Andy Brickley and Dale Arnold call you at home. Jack Edwards and Brick pick up the puck on the road.
That'll get him going. Shot, save, Toivonen. Score!
And Rob Simpson keeps an eye on it ringside.
Check it out.
Studio host Eric Freed and Nesson analysts pick up the puck before it's dropped and put it in the net for the night. It's easy to follow the puck on Nesson. Just watch. Hey, Red Sox Nation. This season and every season, one network's all you'll need. Because every game's on Nesson and every game's in HD. One nation, one network. Nesson. We've got your team and we've got the time. With a 1-hour pregame show and postgame coverage that keeps you in the game. Every Sox game's in HD. And every Sox game's on Nesson. One nation, one network.
Hi again, everybody. I'm Hazel May. Welcome to your Sports Desk Update presented by FW Webb, official distributor of plumbing and heating supplies for the Boston Red Sox. Coming up after the postgame show, we'll have full highlights, reaction, and analysis from the Sox tilt in Texas. Plus, Roger Clemens met with Sox brass this morning. We'll hear from the Rocket and his thoughts on a possible return to Fenway. That's tonight. Right now, back to Arlington and Don and Red Dog.
Thanks, Hazel. Back here in Texas, the Red Sox enjoy a 5-2 lead with 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. And the new Rangers pitcher, lefty Brian Schaus.
64 games last year for the Texas Rangers, all those games out of the bullpen. He played a little bit with the Red Sox. He's been with Kansas City and And now with Texas, look at Ortiz, 5 for 12 in his career against Schaus.
Well, the Red Sox had runners at first and second, nobody out. The base running mistake by Gonzalez turns into a double play on the fly out by Loretta. And now 2 outs with Crisp at first.
Well, Crisp had happy feet over there at first base. It looked like he was dancing around, making a move towards second.
Ortiz hits it down the left field line, foul, backing out of play. And Schaus pitched for the Red Sox pretty briefly back in 1998, 7 games, spending the bulk of that year with the Pawtucket Red Sox. Now been with the Texas Rangers since 2003. And the strike to Ortiz has him in the hole, 0-2. David Ortiz, a 2 for 3 day, flying to the warning track in the first, then singling and scoring in the fourth, and the 2-run home run in the fifth. Ortiz fighting it off, sends it foul off to the left, 1-2. David Ortiz, who hit 47 home runs last year, connects for the first time this season. One that he was trying to steer fair and ended up off the foul pole, a 2-run home run, which at the time gave the Red Sox the 5-0 advantage. It's now 5-2. Rangers getting 2 runs back in the 6th inning off Curt Schilling, a 2-run home run by Hank Blaylock. Coco Crisp at first base with 2 down in the inning. In the 1-2. Ortiz hits it towards right center field. It's in for a hit. Back towards the track and the wall. The speedy Coco Crisp trying to score all the way from first base. He will. And the Red Sox go on top 6-2 on the 3rd hit of the day for David Ortiz.
Now, what a start for Big Papi. 3 hits, 3 runs batted in to this point, and even when they bring the lefty in, Schaus, you showed you the numbers. He's had good success against him. He'll find the gap. And, of course, with Coco's speed, no problem scoring all the way from first base.
David Ortiz always been impressive on opening day. 500 hitter on opening day, 9 for 18. 3 home runs in 5 games. They will intentionally walk Manny Ramirez. Left-hander Schaus will not deal with Ramirez with first base open.
It's a big run for the Red Sox. You had the base running mistake to get a double play, and it looked like maybe, Texas would get out of this inning and be behind only by a few runs. It would have been a 5-2 ball game. Now Ortiz comes up with the double, and the Red Sox grab that extra run, so it kind of hides that base running mistake some.
Well, it's time now for the Coors Cold Blast. And a grand slam for Manny Ramirez on July 5th against these Texas Rangers in Arlington. One of the 45 home runs for Manny Ramirez. Well, he's intentionally walked this time with 2 down in the inning. And it brings up Trot Nixon. Nixon 0 for 2. He's lined out to center, walked, and fly to right. Nixon does not have a hit in his career against Brian Schaus, and that includes 2 strikeouts against the lefty.
It's kind of uncomfortable for lefties. We mentioned the success that Ortiz has had, but He drops down to the side a little bit. A lot of breaking balls.
Well, a hit for Ortiz betters his numbers against Schaus to 6 for 13 against Brian Schaus. And Nixon getting the chance here to face a left-hander with 2 outs in the 7th. In the 220s last year against left-handed pitching. He pops it up foul off to the left. And to compliment Nixon from the right side, of course, Willie Mo Pena, tamed this year by the Red Sox, and we'll see time. Nixon after the 1-2, reaching, he lofts it into left field for a base hit. Ortiz is stopped as it's quickly gunned in by Wilkerson, and a base hit for Trot Nixon loads the bases for Boston.
That's a good battle there by Trot Nixon. You know, he's down in the count. He's able to reach out and just punch a ball that's away from him to the opposite field. Breaking ball, it's an off-balance swing. The backside not quite in there, but still shoots to the opposite field for a hit. Showalter quickly out of the dugout, and another pitching change.
So Schaus is gone. The Red Sox have him loaded with 2 outs, a chance to open things up. They'll face a new pitcher. 6-2 Boston.
Bergeron, great shift. Rebound, Rick Crop dives. That'll get him going. Drilled him. Shot, score! Bruins turn the other way. Huge hit. Shot, score! Bruins lead 2-0.
Hey, Red Sox Nation. This season and every season, one network's all you'll need. Because every game's on NESN and every game's in HD. One nation, one network, NESN. We've got your team and we've got the time with a 1-hour pregame show and postgame coverage that keeps you in the game. Every Sox game's in HD and every Sox game's on NESN. One nation, one network.
Welcome back to AmeriQuest Field, and right now we take a look at the road ahead, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Now tomorrow is game 2 of this series. Tim Wakefield takes the hill. He led the Sox in wins, starts, innings, strikeouts, complete games, and by a starter for the Red Sox, 16-2, finished with a 4.15 ERA and 33 starts. And in September, 2-1, 1.99 ERA and 5 starts. Now with Doug Mirabelli gone from the Red Sox, Josh Bard will be behind the plate tomorrow, catching knuckleballer Tim Wakefield. Back to you, Don.
All right, Tina, thanks very much. I look forward to Tim Wakefield's outing tomorrow. So he'll, of course, be in between Curt Schilling and Josh Beckett. The new pitcher on for the Rangers, 4th of the day, Joaquin Benoit.
Had some injury problems last season, a couple of stints on the DL, 32 appearances overall. He made 9 starts and had a record of 4-4 on the season.
Well, brought into a jam here. The Red Sox have the bases loaded with 2 down in the inning. And Jason Varitek, who's had a 2-for-3 day with a couple of RBIs. Ryan Schaus responsible for the 3 men on. He allowed an inherited runner to score, so Scott Feldman's book is done. An inning and 2/3, 2 hits. Allowed a run and struck out 1. Schaus responsible for Ortiz at 3rd, Ramirez at 2nd, and Nixon at 1st. As Tina mentioned, Varitek gets the start here today, but of course it'll be Josh Bard here tomorrow in game 2, doing the catching middle game of this 3-game series. Inside to Varitek, and it's 2-1.
Mentioned a couple of stints for Benoit on the DL last year, both shoulder and elbow problems for him. He's had some games against the Red Sox where he's looked pretty impressive.
Starter reliever back to the pen again. 28-year-old from the Dominican. Varitek lines it foul. And evens the count at 2-2. Career high for him last year, 32 appearances for the Rangers. 4-4 with a 3.72 ERA and 78 strikeouts in 87 innings pitched. Well, the opposition to a .212 batting average, especially tough on righties who hit just .196 against Benoit. Bases loaded, 2 down. Varitek fouls off another and hangs tough at 2-2. David Ortiz with an RBI double in the inning. Manny Ramirez intentionally walked. Nixon with the single. Red Sox on top 6-2. Ball 3 to Varitek, who does not chase up top. So the runners will be off with 2 down in the inning. Benoit, the third pitcher of the inning for Buck Showalter, trying to get out of a mess.
He can't find a pitch he wants to throw. He's shaking off everything Barajas is putting down there.
The payoff pitch for Joaquin Benoit. Varitek fouls it off again. Now this one almost kills Joe Castiglione. Went in, bounced up over Joe's head and back down again.
I like the way Joe holds the ball up like after it bounces around 9 times in the booth, like I caught it.
Landed above him and then came down.
Now Troopy's
giving
it to him because Troopy's telling him to give it to the kids down below, but Joe's not giving it up.
Again, the payoff pitch. On the ground to the backhand goes to Shera. He'll win the foot race. And Benoit gets out of any further trouble. Red Sox add a run. 7th inning stretch from Texas. Boston on top 6-2.
Quikrete Concrete. For over 60 years, it's been used by just about everyone for just about everything. Quikrete, king of the concrete jungle.
Distinctively delicious Italian food, like our fettuccine with shrimp and peas. Bertucci's. What's not to love?
What is Sports Desk? Sports Desk is a half-hour sports news program focused on getting you the scores and bringing viewers the stories behind the teams. It's not just about the result, it's also about the drama that unfolds leading up to the final score.
NESN Sports Desk, the first word in New England sports.
NESN Sports Desk, your sports, your teams, first and fast.
NESN Sports Desk, at a time that's right for you.
Tomorrow night at 7, Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe pregame report. Sox President Larry Lucchino will be in studio, and you'll get the latest news on the Red Sox in Major League Baseball from our team of Boston Globe writers. Plus a visit from author Andrew Zimilis, who has written a book on the Bud Selig era. So tune in tomorrow night at 7 only on NESN.
Well, the Red Sox able to add a run in the top half of the 7th inning. Curt Schilling, who's 99 pitches deep into his outing, back out there for the bottom of the 7th. And he'll be dealing with the bottom third of the Texas Rangers order. Now it seemed as if, as we look at the breakdown of Schilling's outing, 99 pitches, that a lot came out of Curt to 22 pitches in the 5th, and then a 23-pitch 6th inning, including the 2-run home run by Blaylock. A lot of balls hit hard. Are you surprised that he's back out there for the 7th?
A little bit, because it was a long inning. He is at the 99 pitches, but they sure that Schilling wanted to get one more, and then Papelbon, as you can see, loosening up. Any trouble this inning, you may see Papelbon a little bit earlier.
Not to mention that, but also the fact that he had a relatively long wait. The Rangers changing pitchers twice, and
that was a long half inning.
More than 20 minutes in the dugout, but Schilling back out there, and we'll see how long the leash is here in the last half of the 7th. Lance Nix is 0 for 2. He's popped out to shortstop and grounded back to the mound. As you saw, Papelbon warming in the Red Sox bullpen and the alleyway out there in left center field where the Red Sox relievers are housed.
My question is, did Joe finally give up that baseball? I don't
think
he did.
He did finally give it up. There was a little kid that came up, and Troop made him give the little kid the ball.
Troopy was begging him to give it up, and it looked like Joe didn't want to.
Lance Nix leads it off here in the bottom of the 7th. Rangers getting to Curt Schilling for the first time in the 6th inning. A 2-out single by Nevin, then the 2-run home run by Hank Blaylock, before Schilling was able to get Kevin Mensch to pop out to short to end the 6th. Rangers have stranded 4 base runners through 6 innings. Swing and a miss by Nix, and it's 2-2.
Fastball still at 92 on that last pitch from Schilling.
Rod Barajas, the Texas catcher, waits on deck. Full count now to Nix. To right field, Nixon moving in, and he makes the catch. Almost overran that ball. It kind of took off on him. Hit a little harder than I think Trott expected, and he reaches up to make the catch for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, we hear a lot about sinking line drives. That was a line drive that looked like it was taken off when it got to Nixon. I believe that was a splitter from Schilling, and you see Nixon having to reach up to make the catch on the line drive. Couple of steps in, glove up, ball in the glove.
One down for Rod Barajas. The Texas catcher popped out to the shortstop in the 3rd, single to center in the 5th. One of 5 Texas hits today off Curt Schilling. Swing and a miss. Second consecutive opening day start for Barajas, which ends a string of 4 different starting catchers in the last 4 years for Texas. Of course, Iron, Ivan Rodriguez. They had Einar Diaz, Laird, and Barajas last year. Wraps it foul towards the tarp, and it's 0-2 to Barajas.
Laird, again, the backup catcher on this team for Buck Showalter.
Well, his ace today, Kevin Millwood, touched for 5 runs. Very good start for Millwood over the first 3 innings, but the Red Sox getting 2 in the 4th, 3 in the 5th. And spelled the end for Millwood. The Red Sox have since added a run. Adam Eaton, who was scheduled to be the second starter in his rotation, going to be gone a couple of months. Instead, we will see Vicente Padilla pitch in the second game for the Texas Rangers, matched up against Tim Wakefield here tomorrow night. Ball and 2 strikes to Barajas. Wakefield tomorrow night goes for the Red Sox. 16 wins a year ago, 16-12. And Tim sandwiched in between Tim Wakefield and Josh Beckett in the rotation. Beckett going in the 3rd game of the series against Cameron Lowe. Gets the start for the Rangers in the final game of this series before the off day on Thursday. Barajas strikes out. First strikeout for Schilling since the 4th inning and his 5th K of the day.
Well, Schilling picks up the outside corner with the fastball after a couple of high fastballs that Barajas was able to foul off. Back down and away from him on this pitch. And he likes that call by Darling there.
Well, the rookie second baseman Ian Kinsler in his first major league game has been a trouble spot for Schilling today. Schilling allowed Kinsler to get his first major league hit in his first at bat back in the 3rd inning, a single to right. And then Schilling walked him in the 5th inning. So Kinsler's been on base twice today. 112 pitches today for Curt Schilling, who averaged 105 in 2005.
First pitch to Kinsler was a curveball. I don't think Curt's thrown more than maybe 5 of those in this game today. Maybe not even 5 curveballs.
Strike over the outside corner, and it's 1-2. Schilling getting that call in the corner by Gary Darling and some griping from the fans.
Well, they were getting the call early in the game that was like that. Then it was gone in the middle of the game. Now it's back. Still strong at 93 miles an hour for Schilling here into the bottom of the 7th inning and well over 100 pitches. So it's a real good sign for him. It's been a good performance by him.
We're saying during the spring, really the biggest thing for him was having the full season of conditioning during the offseason that certainly did not enjoy the year before after the surgery. At the end of the year, over from first comes Euclid, and that's back into the seats. Fact of that first outing against the Boston College Eagles in exhibition play in Fort Myers, Curt said that on his best day in 2005, he still did not feel as good as he did in that first outing in Fort Myers this year. And what a difference that entire offseason of conditioning meant for Curt.
And healing more than that,
yeah.
Even more than the conditioning, just healing, getting healthy.
Another year removed. Ensler chops it to third. Mike Lowell throws him out, and Schilling enjoys a 1-2-3 7th inning up over 100 pitches. The Red Sox with a 6-2 lead.
Introducing Dunkin' Donuts Turbo Hot. Coffee with a shot of real espresso to power you through the day.
Boston Red Sox early season coverage.
Strike 3 call.
Boston Bruins action. When your teams play at the same time, check out Red Sox baseball as always on NESN. And catch any same-time NESN Bruins game coverage on an alternate channel.
Bergeron, what a move! Bergeron scores!
Same coverage, same time. For alternate channel information, log on to NESN.com.
Stan, I love the smell of Ricoh printers in the morning.
You do you?
It smells like dependability.
So now you can smell dependability, Jerry.
Oh, yeah.
That's good to know.
Move your ideas forward with Ricoh Dependability.
Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by General Motors, by Aflac, by Dunkin' Donuts, by Hyundai, by Coors Light, and by Southwest Airlines. Top half of the 8th inning, Don Orsillo and Jerry Remy along with Tina Savasio, 6-2. The Red Sox have the lead as we head to the 8th, and Curt Schilling 117 pitches, 79 for strikes. And after a couple of long innings for Curt and having to wait a long time, he goes back out there for the bottom of the 7th inning and has a 1-2-3 bottom of the 7th. Mike Lowell leads it off for Boston here in the top half of the 8th. Lowell's 0 for 3. He's grounded into a fielder's choice, grounded out to short, and fly to left.
Remember, after the game now to watch that post-game show with Tom Caron, Dennis Eckersley, and of course Gabe Kapler will be joining them in studio as Schilling makes what's probably his final notes for today on the Texas Rangers.
A familiar sight as Lowell hits one to deep left field. That is back and that is gone. Mike Lowell hits his first home run in a Red Sox uniform and his first of 2006. Will not have a home run all of spring training until this weekend in Philadelphia against the Phillies in the final tune-up. And he's got himself a home run after just 8 last season. Gets the first one out of the way on opening day.
And it's a breaking ball right here out over the plate and down. Lowell a little bit out on his front foot, but still hooks it. Very similar to the home run he hit in Philadelphia over the weekend. The one in Philly was on a fastball. That time the breaking ball.
Well, Kevin Youkilis. Well, the down year last year offensively and power-wise for Lowell, just 8 home runs, a guy who averaged 25 over a 5-season period from 2000 through 2004. And his first home run of the season comes on opening day. Well, of all the question marks heading into the year, Mike Lowell certainly one of those after the down year last year. And answering some of those questions here today, at least today, right out of the gate with a home run. Youkilis not happy with the strike. It's called over the outside corner, and it's 2-2. On the ground right side towards Kinsler, who throws out Youkilis for the first out of the inning. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how teams go after Youkilis. He's known for his eye at the plate and getting on base, but where he'll be positioned in this lineup, you can imagine a lot of pitchers are going to go right after him.
Yeah, I think, get ahead of him very quickly, which obviously you try to do to every hitter, but then I think once they do, he's going to see a lot of pitches away from him. And that's pretty much the pattern that has been kept today by Texas. We saw some of that in spring training also.
One down for Alex Gonzalez. A couple of hits today from the number 9 spot in the Red Sox order.
Well, this is a repeat of a year ago for Texas today. They've given up 12 hits to this point, 7 runs. And of course, tomorrow in the papers, they'll say same old story. We're going to have to score 10 runs a game to win games.
Second time the Rangers have opened the season against the Red Sox. The Rangers beat the Red Sox 5-3 back on April 1st of 1996. The Red Sox and Rangers will meet 9 times this season, and 6 of those meetings coming at Fenway Park. Gonzalez pops it up foul back into the seats.
Yeah, it's kind of nice to come here and open up early in the season like this and stay away from that June, July, August, September heat that they have here in Texas. Kind of a perfect time for the Red Sox to be here.
Our only visit of the year. Red Sox, of course, for the off day Thursday 3 in Baltimore before returning home to take on the Toronto Blue Jays. A 7-2 lead for the Red Sox and Terry Francona with 1 out here in the 8th inning. Two home runs today for the Red Sox. David Ortiz, the 2-run shot in the 5th. And more recently, the leadoff home run this inning from Mike Lowell. Gonzalez tried to hold up, but offered and strikes out. 2 down.
Watching Gonzalez during spring training, when he gets a couple of strikes on him, he'll chase pitches like that, not even close to the plate. Can't hold up the swing. 2 for 4 afternoon for Gonzalez.
Coco Crisp got his first hit in a Red Sox uniform his last time up, a single to left. He was struck out twice today, a fielder's choice and that single. And Crisp has scored a couple of runs. Now, as Johnny Damon found out over the years, if you can get on base, the guys behind you will get you in. And Coco Crisp scoring 2 runs today. There's Damon always with 100+ runs scored, and Coco Crisp trying to obtain that as well.
Yeah, those 2 guys there, they'll knock you in a few times if you're on base.
Didn't have them last year in Cleveland when he scored 86 runs. He's got them now. The combination combining for 292 RBIs last season. This is hit sharply, but right in the direction of Michael Young, who spins completely. The throw dug out nicely by Teixeira, and they retire Crisp. Leadoff home run for Mike Lowell extends the Boston lead to 7-2.
The rust-proof composite bed helps. The power, torque, and fuel economy help. And of course, the bulletproof reputation helps. But what makes Tacoma the truck to own is that guys that own them do this. Toyota Tacoma. It's a guy thing. Ask someone you know who drives one. Toyota, moving forward.
What could be better than a free checking account? How about one that pays you interest, like free interest checking from Sovereign Bank? It's an interest-bearing account with no minimum balance and no monthly maintenance fee. You get free standard checks, free online banking with bill pay, and a Sovereign Visa check card or ATM card with no annual or monthly fee. Plus, there's no fee to use other banks' ATMs. It doesn't get much better than that. Free interest checking. The name says it all. Sovereign Bank.
Every game ends with overtime. Your Bruins post-game show featuring game analysis, interviews, press conferences, and more. Stay tuned to Nesson, because every game ends with overtime. Need more ice time? At midnight on game nights, tune in Bruins in 2 for a special 2-hour replay of the game. Keep track of your black and gold around the clock with Bruins in 2.
Seven to 2, the Red Sox on top as we head to the 8th. A new first baseman for the Red Sox, JT Snow, making his Red Sox debut. So he takes over for Kevin Youkilis. Curt Schilling is done after 7 innings today. A very good 7th inning for him and an impressive outing. Jonathan Papelbon on for Boston.
And last year with the Sox, 17 games. You see the 3-1 record, 17 walks, 34 strikeouts for Papelbon. And in the 3 starts, a 2.25 ERA. See the numbers working out of the bullpen. Curt Schilling today, very impressive in his first outing of the 2006 season. Strikeouts mainly with the fastball early. Fastball upstairs right there to Blaylock. Fastball outside corner to Barajas. I thought all in all a very good day for Schilling. He had the 1 inning where he struggled. That was in the 5th inning, a lot of pitches. Then in the 6th they come out and hit the ball pretty hard against him. They did get a home run, Blaylock did. But then he settled down in the 7th and had a nice little 1-2-3 inning. So very strong.
Total of 117 pitches thrown today by Schilling in his 7-inning effort. As the top of the Rangers order, Brad Wilkerson to lead it off. Wilkerson has struck out, flied out, and fouled out. Wilkerson, Young, and Teixeira expected here in the bottom of the 8th inning for the Rangers. Swing and a miss. Well, Jonathan Papelbon came into spring training not knowing what he would be, a starter or a reliever. And that decision made well into spring training. It's easier to have him be a starter during the spring in case it ended up in that direction. Of course, Terry Francona, Al Nipper had 7 starters to begin the spring. And then Bronson Arroyo was sent to the Reds. But Papelbon ends up in the bullpen. It certainly makes the bullpen for the Red Sox deeper. And you have that guy who could come out of the pen and start for you, certainly in Jonathan Papelbon.
Well, you know, Don, I think down deep, he kind of figured he would be in the bullpen. Everybody hopes to be a starting pitcher, but, you know, you're looking at the numbers there and you say, well, unless they move a couple of these guys, you know, I'm going to be in the bullpen. And to the Red Sox credit, they trained him as a starter, which is the right thing to do just in case something came up.
Loretta throws out Wilkerson for the first out of the inning.
Going to be a very valuable guy in this pitching staff throughout the course of this season, you know, whether it be all year out of the bullpen or whether he has to come at some point into the rotation.
Curt Schilling was pretty outspoken in his thoughts about Papelbon and where he should end up.
Yeah, you know, and I kind of agree and I don't agree. Let me put it this way. I think that he's going to be a good starting pitcher, but I think his need for this club right now is where he is in the bullpen. This is a guy that can come in, you know, late in games, strike people out and take some pressure off guys like Timlin. Timlin may not have to work as hard as he did a year ago.
Michael Young 0 for 3 today. Struck out, grounded out, and flied out. Last year's batting champion, still looking for his first hit of this season. We'll look at the last 11 relief appearances for Papelbon. And of course, working in relief in the postseason last year against the White Sox. No runs in 4 innings and 2 games for Papelbon. One and two, the count to Michael Young. Young goes chasing and strikes out. Papelbon's got the first 2 outs to the bottom of the 8th.
Now, Red Sox today have certainly controlled last year's batting leader in the American League, striking him out twice. A fastball got him back in the first inning, and a fastball again here by Papelbon.
5 strikeouts today for Curt Schilling. Schilling got Michael Young back in the first. And the first strikeout for Papelbon is of Michael Young in the 8th. 2 down for Mark Teixeira. He singled in the 4th, 1 for 3 today.
Good splitter there by Papelbon. So the good fastball, good splitter. I mean, you're kind of similar here to what you see from Schilling. You know, the good live fastball, then the split-fingered fastball. That one really dropped.
One and 2 to Teixeira with 2 down here in the last half of the 8th. In the air to left field. Manny Ramirez started back, now comes in. Papelbon enjoys a 1-2-3 bottom of the 8th. We head for the 9th. Boston on top 7-2.
Flying to the Washington area for business? If these 23 reasons don't convince you to fly Southwest Airlines nonstop to BWI Airport, maybe this will. You can fly Southwest in more comfort than ever for the same low fares you're used to.
You are now free to move about the country.
Boston Red Sox early season coverage.
Strike 3 call!
Boston Bruins action. When your teams play at the same time, check out Red Sox baseball as always on NESN. And catch any same-time NESN Bruins game coverage on an alternate channel.
Bergeron, what a move! Bergeron scores!
Same coverage, same time. For alternate channel information, log on to NESN.com.
The bad blood between Tito Ortiz and Ken Shamrock is legendary.
That is some crazy drama.
And soon these UFC stars will battle again as coaches when Spike gives each of them an army.
Here we go.
This April,
Push yourself.
on an all-new season of The Ultimate Fighter 3.
Don't stop, don't quit on me.
Submit to the force, the rivalry, and the hatred. Because this season will be the most explosive yet.
All I hear is you talking.
The Ultimate Fighter 3, Thursdays at 10, premiering April 6th on Spike.
Well, tomorrow night at 7, Olympia Sports presents the post-game show. No, it doesn't. Today, after the game, it's the post-game show. It'll be a Schilling breakdown. Tom Caron and Dennis Eckersley will break it down. Gabe Kapler in the studio. And, of course, Terry Francona one-on-one with his post-game comments. So it should be a good day so far anyway to enjoy the post-game show if things remain the way they are. Brought to you by WB Masons, Extra Innings in Granite City Electric, Extra Innings Extra.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
We head to the top of the 9th, 7-2. The Red Sox on top, and the Texas Rangers use their 5th pitcher of the day, Antonio Alfonseca.
Last year, spending some time with the Florida Marlins, 33 games. Also spent some time on a disabled list. He had a stress fracture in his right elbow. And, of course, this year coming over here, signing as a free agent back at the end of January. Loretta Ortiz and Ramirez due up against Alfonseca.
Mark Loretta with an RBI double back in the 5th inning. 1 for 4 today in his Red Sox debut. Millwood was a starter today for the Rangers, who went the first 5 innings, giving up 5 runs. Scott Feldman an inning and 2/3 allowing a run. Brian Schaus not record an out. And Joaquin Benoit an inning and a 1/3 giving up a hit and a run. Red Sox have action in their pen. Not a save situation, but maybe we'll see Keith Folkwork in his first game of the season. Of course, it was last in Texas last year, where Folk would sort of end up the season and end up with surgery after an outing against these Texas Rangers in Arlington.
Fonseca's been around a long time. A lot of years with the Florida Marlins, a year with Atlanta, back to the Marlins, and now coming to the American League with the Texas Rangers.
Been used at various times as a closer. Loretta grounds it at Kinsler at second base. 1 down in the top of the 9th.
Yeah, when he was closing, he would, use the fastball, breaking ball hitter, and get some outs that way.
From the Dominican Republic, he's 33 years old, pretty big. 6'5", 250 pounds. Say 45 games for the Marlins back in 2000. As the shift on and the line drive caught in the air. The shortstop Michael Young to retire David Ortiz.
I wonder how many times over the course of the season, that shift works against David Ortiz. I remember last year he went through a stretch where he hit a number of baseballs right at that shortstop in that position. Here's another one, sinking line drive, but right at Young. Looks like David's telling him to move over to the other side of the diamond.
A great day today for David Ortiz. 3 hits. There's Manny, who's been on base twice today, a single and an intentional walk. Swing and a miss for Ramirez. Down 0-2. Red Sox with 12 hits, out hitting the Rangers 12-5. And everybody in the starting 9 with the exception of Kevin Youkilis to have a hit today for the Red Sox. David Ortiz with 3. Alex Gonzalez with 2 and Jason Varitek with 2.
Now you hold this Ranger club to 5 hits. That's pretty impressive pitching.
And he hits it in the air towards right center field. Mensch over. And he makes the catch. It ends the inning. Alfonseca 1-2-3 9th. We head to the bottom of the 9th. Red Sox on top 7-2.
Introducing Dunkin' Donuts Turbo Hot. Coffee with a shot of real espresso to power you through the day.
Hey, Red Sox Nation. This season and every season, one network's all you'll need. Because every game's on NESN and every game's in HD. One nation, one network, NESN. We've got your team and we've got the time with a 1-hour pregame show and postgame coverage that keeps you in the game. Every Sox game's in HD and every Sox game's on NESN. One nation, one network.
Cheeseburger plate, fish plate, fish plate.
Hey, how you doing? How are you?
How about you? What do you want?
I'll have the Bruins plate.
Bruins plate, Bruins plate.
Help Mass Youth Hockey by getting your own Boston Bruins license plate at any Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle office. After registry fees, all money will go to fund important programs of Mass Youth Hockey throughout the state.
Bruins plate.
So how's your Bruins plate?
It's a little chewy.
Here's a look at the upcoming schedule for the Red Sox, brought to you by New York Life. Of course, two more games left in this series against the Texas Rangers tomorrow night at 8 p.m. and on Wednesday, Thursday and off day, the Red Sox will begin a 3-game series in Baltimore, 7 p.m., 4:30 on Saturday, and 1:30 on Sunday. And, of course, Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe pregame report 1 hour before game time. We head to the last half of the 9th inning, and not a safe situation, but a chance for Keith Foulke to work for the first time this season. He's in with a 7-2 lead.
Yeah, this is kind of an ideal spot for him to come in the first time. You know, instead of being a one-run ball game where you got tremendous pressure, you get some wiggle room here with the 7-2 lead. So that's part of the idea, I'm sure, getting Foulke into games. A career against the Rangers, see 33 games, 14 saves.
We mentioned earlier, Jerry, that it was here that was the last time that we saw Foulke. He went on the DL on July the 4th after blown save here against the Texas Rangers. Phil Nevin leads it off. Red Sox have a new left fielder in Adam Stern. Defensive move here for the Red Sox on top, 7-2.
So 2 defensive moves in this game. JT Snow going to first base, and now Stern in the left field for Ramirez. I don't know about you, but this has been kind of a weird trip. You know, the very short trip into Philly where you unpack, you do a game, you pack, and do another game. Then you get in here last night and you got to iron like you closed for like 3 days. And it's like, man, I was trying to listen and watch The Sopranos and then iron at the same time.
And finding an outlet was tough. The only outlet I had in my room was in a hallway, so I had to listen to it while in the hall as Stern heads over towards the line just into the game to make the first catch here of the 9th inning.
I was pitting out. I mean, I was sweating after I did the ironing. I had the AC blasted down to about 60. I had the window open, but still, that's a lot of ironing for 3 days.
You run pretty hot anyway, but it was warm. Did you unpack everything when you got to Philly? We were only there for 24 hours.
I did, like a nut. Well, actually, no, not everything, but most of the stuff. As soon as this one's over, you and I had the Big Daddies. We look forward to Big Daddies every time we come to Texas. Grab a bite to eat.
One popped up foul off to the left by Hank Blaylock. 8 in a row retired by Red Sox pitching. Foulke, the third pitcher of the day. Curt Schilling went the first 7, giving up 5 hits, 2 runs. He walked 1 and struck out 5. Papelbon with a 1-2-3 eighth. The shift on and driven the opposite way by Blaylock. 1-out single, second hit of the day for Hank Blaylock.
Something you don't see Blaylock do very much, go to the opposite field. And, you know, he might have been sitting on a changeup from Foulke, and he's late on the fastball and shoots it the other way. So 2 strikeouts early in the game for Blaylock, the home run, and now the single.
So 1 down, 1 on for Kevin Mensch. Slide to center, grounded to short, and popped out to the shortstop. Blaylock's single breaks up a streak of 8 batters in a row retired by Red Sox pitching. Lynch hits it in the air to deep left. Stern headed back. He leaps and can't make the catch and bangs into the wall. To third goes Blaylock on the hard double for Mensch. The ball gets away, but Varitek able to back it up. No further advance for the base runners, but Mensch wallops one off the wall and left.
That ball was really scorched by Kevin Mensch. Hard line drive and a nice effort by Adam Stern going back to left field, but can't catch up to it. It'll crash into the wall, and then that throw just gets kind of away from everybody in the infield. But Varitek's able to make the play and hold that runner at third base. That was a fastball from Foulke, and that fastball was about 87 miles an hour.
So 1 away, runners at second and third. Lance Nix 0 for 3 as he is flied out twice and grounded out. Well, certainly Terry Francona and the Red Sox hoping that Keith Foulke could return to the Keith Foulke that very well could have been the MVP of the World Championship in 2004. Last year, the nightmare for Foulke, and relatively good spring training this year, but Imagine the Red Sox have a very short leash with Folk this season if things do not begin well. They have the likes of Jonathan Papelbon, who's out in the bullpen as well, and cannot afford to have the closer start this season the way that last year went. Nix takes, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. The center field, Coco Crisp is headed back, still going, and he makes the catch against the wall. Coco Crisp with a great grab as tagging up and scoring is Blaylock, but a fantastic catch by Coco Crisp.
And this is a changeup. Crisp goes into the leap at the warning track, catches it, controls it, and then bangs into the wall. And you got to take outs right now any way you can. See, Folk upset with himself. Watch location of this changeup. It's going to stay upstairs. And that enables Nix to hit that ball a long way.
So 2 down. Rod Barajas, the catcher. Barajas popped to short in the 3rd, singled in the 5th, and struck out in the 7th. In the air down the left field line. Stern on the move towards the corner, but a foul ball.
First slider today from Keith Folk, and Barajas out in front of it, pulling it down that left field line.
So Folk ahead 0-2. The Rangers have grabbed a run so far here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Barajas grounds it to 3rd base. Lowell's got it. And the Red Sox have won their first game of 2006. Well, Keith Folk kind of a rough outing in the 9th as the Rangers were able to get a run, but Terry Francona, the Red Sox, come away with their first victory of the season as the Red Sox win it 7-3. Back with more after this.
Ortiz hits it deep in final left center field. It's back and it's very gone. A 2-run walk-off home run for David Ortiz, and the Red Sox win it 6-4.
The 2006 Red Sox season is here, and every Sox game's on NESN. One nation, one network. Tomorrow night, it's Sox Rangers at 7 on NESN. Every game ends with overtime. Your Bruins post-game show featuring game analysis, interviews, press conferences, and more. Stay tuned to NESN, because every game ends with overtime.
Granite City Electric. We do the lights for the Red Sox.
Water's Edge Resort in Westbrook, Connecticut invites you to escape from reality. Guest rooms offer enchanting views of Long Island Sound. Enjoy our award-winning restaurant for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Sunday brunch is an extravaganza in itself. The Seaview Lounge features live entertainment Friday and Saturday nights. Relax and be rejuvenated in the full-service spa. With 12 meeting rooms for your business events, Connecticut's only beachfront full-service resort.
Well, the Red Sox have opening day 2006 under their belt with a 7-3 win. And the play of the game is brought to you by Foxwoods Resort Casino. We have two plays today. Jason Veritek, after a walk to Trot Nixon, doubles in 2 runs. The first 2 runs of the year for the Red Sox in the 4th. And then David Ortiz with his first home run, that coming in the 5th inning.
So the Red Sox with the 7-3 victory here over the Texas Rangers and the first win of the year. For Jerry Remy and Tina Servacio, I'm Don Orsillo saying good afternoon from Texas. Log on to NESN.com, the ultimate destination for scores, news, video, and analysis. This has been a presentation of NESN, New England's most watched sports network. It's time now for WB Mason's Extra Innings with Tom Caron and Dennis Eckersley. TC?
Pump of the fist, Curt Schilling showing why he is at the top of the Red Sox rotation. 7 strong innings and a little run support from Big Papi banging one off the right field pole. The Sox beat the Rangers 7-3. They're undefeated in 2006. Hello and welcome everyone as we wrap up opening day 06. Tom Caron along with Hall of Famer Dennis Eckersley. This is WB Mason's Extra Innings, and we will be speaking very glowingly about Curt Schilling, and we'll probably be questioning Keith Foulke a little bit.
Well, Schilling is everything you want. He goes 7 innings, throws about almost 120 pitches, a lot of strikes as usual. You know, I thought he looked great control as usual. And Foulke, shaky. That's a problem. And we're going to be talking about that all the time.
They wanted to get him to work, but it didn't work out quite as Keith Foulke wants, but all's well that ends well. And we will break down just what made Curt Schilling so strong today. Gabe Kapler will be joining us in studio to talk about it all. And Big Papi shows why he's the big man on campus as he has another strong day. 3 hits, 3 RBI, a couple of runs as well. But it all starts with the starter. Curt Schilling looked very good today.
He really did. Right away, he struck out the first 2 guys. That's a good sign. And we're all worried about his velocity. But, you know, how much does he need? I think he got up to 93 miles an hour. But you watch him here, first batter, punches him out a fastball, middle. So you know he must have some type of hair on that ball. And then he punches out Michael Young, the next hitter, on a fastball, I believe, away. That got something on it, too. So right away, he's feeling pretty good about himself. And he kind of got it going on the first couple innings, and he punches out him. Like, here's a split finger he gets Texera out on. This is the first inning, and he comes back in the next inning and gets another punch up. I thought he looked strong. I mean, in good command, you know, throwing the fastball exactly where he wants to throw it. I mean, that's as good as Schilling's going to be. Maybe he'll punch out more guys on occasion, but this is the Texas Rangers. They swing the bat pretty good, and they didn't look good at all today.
We get so obsessed with the radar gun. Is it just as important that he's mixing his pitches, changing the plane, getting hitters guessing?
Yeah, I mean, this guy knows how to throw strikes, you know, and he doesn't even throw a lot of breaking balls. That's a good gas right there. I mean, he goes out there and throws 85% fastballs. He had a nice split finger today. He made one mistake with a cutter, I believe, to Blaylock to hit the home run later in the game. But I thought he was sharp. You know, there's a good split finger right there. I mean, just great command. I mean, this is the best thing you can see out of him, going seven innings and looking strong the whole time. Here's Blaylock right here. High cheese. He swings so hard. Later on in the game, he's going to hit a home run, but he struck him out twice. And here he is in the 7th inning. I was surprised he was going to come back for the 7th inning, and he punches Barojas out on paint down and away. I was really shocked that he came back to pitch the 7th inning because he had already thrown close to 100 pitches, and it was a long inning, the inning before, but it's good for him because you're hoping he doesn't have a tough inning in the 7th, but he got him out 1, 2, 3. So he did a nice job.
He had trouble in the 6th, so I don't think any of us expected him to come back out for the 7th. But down at Fort Myers, he said, my goal is 7 innings a game, 35 starts, and you got to get that first one under your belt. So he no doubt lobbied to get back in there, and he took care of business. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you got to wonder if he had talked his way into this game. This is a line drive to start the 7th inning off. I think he threw a 3-2 split finger right there, which was surprising. But here's some paint for the second out in the 7th inning to Barojas. I mean, he's still throwing the ball well in the 7th inning. I mean, this guy has got good control. That's all there is to it. And then he gets the young second baseman out on a split finger. And what a nice outing. 7 innings, 5 hits. He gave up a 2-run homer, but he could afford to do it because he was working with a 5-run lead. walks 1, punches out 5. I mean, that's a nice game for Schilling. I mean, you could really build on this thing after last year. I mean, he's going to feel good about himself for about 5 days.
First opening day start for Curt Schilling since 1999 with the Phillies, and he is our Subaru star of the game, brought to you by the Subaru dealers of New England. Subaru, think, feel, drive. You can win. He has won 3 of his last 4 opening day starts and came out, again, touching 94, but doing what he needed to do. Really set the tone with that first inning, striking out the first 2 batters.
And he didn't struggle. I mean, to me, he didn't struggle at all. That's a great sign, is that, you know, he was always in command. I mean, and you saw when he walked, the one guy that he walked, he gets upset. I mean, this guy is perfectionist. If he does, and so that's, you know, he's got high expectations for him. That's why you talk about he wanted to go back out there in the 7th inning and pitch, and Francona is probably going to let him, but he's got to be careful early in the season. But he got through it, looked pretty good in the 7th inning.
It helped to get the run support. He had the 5 runs behind him. He got the extra run in the 7th. He came back out. The guy providing the offense, Big Poppy. We will hear from David Ortiz as we continue following an opening day win for the Red Sox. 7-3 the final. That man drove in 3 of them. We'll hear from Ortiz next.
It's your world, it's your life, it's your freedom that drives you. Subaru, think, feel, drive. Everywhere you go, it's your day, it's your night, it's your time, and you know it. Subaru, feel the freedom. Subaru, feel the freedom. Subaru.
Lauren and Wally, and the songs you grew up with. 105.7 WROR. .7 WROR. Lauren and Wally in the morning. And the songs you grew up with all day. 105.7 WROR.
Distinctively delicious Italian food, like our baked tortellini and chicken gratinati. Bertucci's. What's not to love?
Ah, another day in Masonville, where the friendly office supply folks from WB Mason give you your own local service team. Yes, your own driver, sales rep, and service person who know you and your business. Well, over in Office Superstore land,
You shipped that order? Ask him.
No, him.
What order?
You get excuses. Now, any questions?
Who are those wonderful people?
Who but WB Mason?
Before the game, we asked the question, is it fair to expect a repeat performance for David Ortiz? Well, based on day 1, absolutely. Big Poppy steps in and steps up to the plate in a big way. A single in the 4th. He scores a 2-run bomb here in the 5th. If it stays fair, it's gone. It does. It is. And he adds an RBI double, a triple shy of the cycle. Pretty good first day.
I don't know what Millwood was trying to do, but he didn't do it very well. He had good swings all day. He hit a ball hard the first time up, then base hit, dinger, and double. Every swing good. Line drive the last time up. I mean, he's right on. This is salary drive, first game. He'll be signing that 5-year deal real soon.
He might wait. If he keeps hitting like this, he might wait. Let the market go up. Look at the numbers against Millwood. I understand lefty on lefty, but why do you bring in Brian Schaus to face him when he's 5 for 11, now he's 6 for 2.
And he throws him a hanging breaking ball, and he smokes the ball in the gap. But he had some nice swings at Millwood. Obviously, Millwood has trouble with him. 3 home runs out of the 4 hits he gives up to him. So Millwood sort of hit a wall. Remember, he just all of a sudden, lost it in the 4th inning.
That walk to Trot Nixon was where it started to fall apart. We'll talk more about that. First, let's hear from the big man himself. Big Poppy stopped by to chat with Tina Servasio.
Thank you. Opening day and already big hits from Big Poppy. David, how do you continue to find ways to crush the ball?
Man, I'm just fighting the whole spring training to put myself what I like to be. You know, it was a little crazy, the spring training, going to the work class and everything. You don't get have to put everything together the way you wanted it, but finally I start feeling better at the play and try to do my thing.
What was Kevin Millwood throwing that made you select that pitch in the home run for the 2-run homer?
Well, he was trying to throw me slider or cut it inside, something like that, but he threw it to me continuously and he left one over the plate.
So was your opening day of 2006 fun?
Of course. I mean, past 3 years that I've been here, we never get to win the first game, so I think this is the good way to begin.
All right, David, thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow in Game 2 of this series.
Definitely.
David Ortiz, 3 hits, 3 runs. Back to you, TC.
Tina, thank you, and it sounds like a good amount of Red Sox Nation made it to Texas, as they always seem to do. But more than ever, that top of the order, 1 through 4, needs to produce. It did today. Crisp, Loretta had a big hit. Ortiz, Ramirez.
Yeah, all the newcomers. Gonzalez even got a couple of hits, a little brain cramp there, getting doubled off in one of those innings, which wasn't pretty.
Lowell
but I think it's nice to have Lowell hit a home run like that, take a little of the pressure off of him, and Loretta got a run-scoring double. So everybody contributed. I mean, Coco got a hit. So everybody did something, and that's not so bad. 6 for 19 right there, but you're adding Ortiz to that mix and Ramirez.
But that's the top 4, and that's what we talked about before the game. These guys have to produce, and this team, you know, for a team that wasn't going to score a lot of runs, they had a pretty good day offensively.
So we called it, didn't we? 1 for 1.
161 to go is the big issue. But no question about it, David Ortiz picking right up where he left off from the World Baseball Classic with a 3 for 5 day. Good defense as well. Our WB Mason delivery of the game. Didn't think this one would matter that much in the 9th inning, but they needed it. Keith Folk in a spot of trouble, 2 on.
Center field.
And a great catch for Coco Crisp, leaping into the air over the warning track to rob Lance Nick. Still a sac fly RBI, but that was the end of the damage. Our WB Mason delivery of the game. We've got more as we continue here on WB Mason's Extra Innings. The Red Sox didn't need extra innings. They were extra special, winning at 7-3.
Honey?
Yeah?
Do you know what this light switch does?
Which one?
The one on the right.
I never used that one.
All right, will you look?
Yep.
On? Off. On?
No.
Are you looking?
Yes.
Off. On? Off. On? Off. On? Off. On? Off.
Life comes at you fast. When it does, nobody covers your car like Nationwide. Investments, retirement, insurance.
Nationwide is on your side.
It is the 2006 Built Ford Tough Super Duty, the best-selling truck for 29 straight years. It has unmatched muscle and strength with best-in-class towing and best-in-class payload. It will be yours with up to $3,500 in total rebates. That's right. Get into a new Ford Super Duty and get up to $3,500 in rebates. Ford Super Duty, the toughest truck on the road. Only at your local Ford store.
What is Sports Desk? Sports Desk is a half-hour sports news program focused on getting you the scores and bringing viewers the stories behind the teams. It's not just about the result, it's also about the drama that unfolds leading up to the final score.
Nesson Sports Desk, the first word in New England sports.
Nesson Sports Desk, your teams, first and fast.
Nesson Sports Desk, at a time that's right for you.
Take the Victory Challenge and see why we're the fastest growing motorcycle brand in North America. Test ride a Victory, take home a limited edition t-shirt. With over 300 dealers nationwide, taking a test ride has never been easier. Dare to compare. Victory, the new American motorcycle.
Time now to take a look at what's going on in Red Sox Nation, brought to you by Nationwide. Life comes at you fast. Be ready with Nationwide investments, retirement insurance. Nationwide is on your side. Ness working overtime tomorrow night. The Sox still in Texas, the Bruins in Montreal. The Sox and Rangers get it going at 7 o'clock here on Nesson. That's when our coverage begins. You can follow the Bruins as they face off against the Habs on an alternate channel. Log on to Nesson.com and find the Bruins channel in your area. And remember, Nationwide is on your side. And Gabe Kapler on our side here as he joins the post-game show. Thanks for coming by, Gabe.
Thank you very much for having me.
Hey, talk a little about your mixed emotions, I guess. Nice to watch your team win today. I'm sure you wanted to be out there, and yet the rehab is going well for you so far. Tell us where you're at.
Well, my goal first, of course, was to come on and give the guys something to make fun of after the game. And I know they're going to be watching me, and I know Hasselman will probably be in there making fun of me. So I wanted to make sure that I got on there and give them something to smile about. And my rehab went great today. I had a great workout session at Fenway, and Fenway looks amazing, by the way. I don't know how much. The ballpark's changed so much. It looks great, so it's going good. Thanks.
You're with Scott Waugh, obviously, and he'll put you through the paces. I mean, he's out there to make you hurt.
We're pulling each other around a little bit, getting strong together, but I think it's. I feel really comfortable with the direction that we're going in. I feel really good about where we're going.
The injury, kind of unusual for baseball, and you got I've heard such a range of rehab time. 7 months to 12 months. I heard longer than that. You're on the short side, which is good news. Did you have trouble, as we look at it here, did you have trouble at the beginning getting a real feel for how long this was going to take?
Well, yes and no. I think it's different for every athlete that comes through this type of injury. I think a lot of it has to do with how fast guys heal, number one. Number two, what type of athlete are you? Are you a speed guy, a power guy, a guy that doesn't need to move around a lot? I've talked to a couple of doctors who said, if I was a guy like David Ortiz who didn't have to move around too much, it wouldn't be out of the question to come back after 6 or 7 months. But because I'm going to need to go get the ball in the outfield a little bit, I'm going to have to run the bases, I'm going to have to rely on my speed a little bit, it might take me a little bit longer.
But you can hit. I mean,
I can,
right?
I can get
that
out there.
You can hit.
I can get out there and bang it around a little bit and throw a little bit, which is huge for me because my psyche kind of lends itself to wanting to go a little bit too early and be a little bit too aggressive. So it's perfect for me to have the opportunity to get out on the field and do something just to keep my mind at ease. It's difficult, like you said, to come out here and not be a part of opening day. I really look forward to that. We look forward to it every year, and so not to be able to be out there is very difficult for me, but this is a nice little substitute, so I appreciate you guys having me.
Well, it's our pleasure. The journey to get you here, let alone back to the Sox, is a long one for you. A year ago, you were in Japan. You're coming off the World Series championship. You end up injured. I mean, didn't know for sure if you'd be back with the Red Sox this offseason. It has all come back together. The opportunity is there for you to return to this team.
Yeah, I got to tell you, TC, it was a difficult year last year. It was hard for me to get through all the way from the very beginning to the very end. And I remember being in the clubhouse after I hurt myself in Toronto and just feeling like, wow, this year's finally come to an end for me. I looked at Dale and I looked at a couple other guys around the room and I said, you know what, this is very difficult. I knew we were going to the playoffs. I was going to be a part of that playoff run. And I've had huge amounts of support from the guys. Trott's been amazing. He's been my right-hand man and taking really good care of me, and I appreciate that so much. And so happy to see some of the guys get off to a good start today. Happy to see Mike Lowell hit that home run today. I know that was big for him, give him a little confidence boost. All the way up and down the lineup, guys seem to be doing good things, so that was cool to see.
Great start. We'll have you break it down with us a little bit. We'll take a break, come back. Gabe Kapler with us here in studio. Red Sox win on opening day. Big offensive show down in Texas. More as WB Mason's Extra Innings continue.
0% financing is back. From now until March 31st, get 0% financing for 60 months, plus make no monthly payment until October on every Dodge truck, minivan, and SUV, which can save you up to $10,000 in interest. Save on Ram Mega Cab with the world's largest cab. Save on Durango with available 8-passenger seating and the 5-star rated Grand Caravan with exclusive stow and go. Get 0% financing for 60 months, plus make no monthly payments until October. Hurry, offers only extended through April 3rd.
100.7 WZLX. For over 20 years, Boston's classic rock. With Carlson and McKenzie in the morning and 10 in a row all day. 100.7 WZLX, Boston's classic rock. Listen today.
Some things we just can't help you with. But if you need a tux for the prom, we have rentals starting at just $50. You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it.
Here the puck comes free. You may read around Deschamps, but a one-time directed score! The University of Maine wins the longest game in Hockey East history. Ben Murphy gets the winner at 9:27 of the third overtime.
What is Sports Desk? Sports Desk is a half-hour sports news program focused on getting you the scores and bringing viewers the stories behind the teams. It's not just about the result, it's also about the drama that unfolds leading up to the final score.
NESN Sports Desk, the first word in New England sports.
NESN Sports Desk, your sports, your teams, first and fast.
Nesson Sports Desk at a time that's right for you.
Time for our Sovereign Bank player profile. Coco Crisp making his Red Sox debut. A couple of strikeouts his first 2 times at bat, but showing his stuff in the outfield. Making a nice catch here in the second inning as he came in and made that catch. Wound up getting a single in the 7th here. A fielder's choice. The speed allowed him. That's the strikeout in the 3rd inning. The 5th inning, he would get a hit into the fielder's choice. Scored 2 runs, showed speed, and Gabe, I think when you look at the day, Coco Crisp giving the Red Sox what they want. He got some things done with the speed, made a couple of nice catches in the outfield, had a hit, 2 runs scored. Pretty good leadoff day.
I think the play in the field in the 9th is going to be overlooked. It's not going to get enough attention. That play is a huge play because without that second out of the inning, who knows what happens in that bottom half of the 9th. So.
If I'm pitching, I appreciate that. That's huge. Wow. This is a great play right here.
And I know how the ball goes out there in Arlington. And I played center field out there, and the ball swirls a lot. So that kind of ball kind of cut back on him a little bit. He kind of threw his glove up there at the last minute, made a huge play. And I'm sure Folke appreciates the support right there.
Obviously, they wanted to get Folke the work today. Keith Foulke getting out there, not a save situation. Tough to read because you never know with closers, and it's not a save situation, and yet not a real clean inning for Keith Foulke.
Yeah, Folke is a guy that, he's going to feed a lot on his confidence. You want him to come out there, be aggressive, throw strikes, and I think he did that. I mean, I did think he threw strikes. He just got the ball up a couple of times, and they whacked him around a little bit.
Yeah, I think what happened is then he threw a changeup. The guy took him deep foul. I mean, they hit the ball hard 4 times. And I know myself, I might say to the press, like, oh, I'm feeling all right. But when they hit the ball hard up 4 times, you take that into the next game. Your confidence. I know because he's a perfectionist too, and you can go out and get 3 guys out. But if they hit the ball hard 3 times, I'm thinking about that, even though I got 3 guys out. So he's kind of lucky that he made that catch in center field, but it didn't matter. He was going to feel bad, but it could have been a 3-run outing. So he only gave up 1, so they cut the damage. There's a fastball right there. He's throwing strikes, but that ball's middle. He crushed that ball right there, Mensch. And you got guys on 2nd and 3rd, and he makes that great catch in center field, so just a sac fly. But this ball's crunched right there. I don't know what that was. Something soft, wasn't it?
I don't know. I think it's important to note, Folke was the best closer in the game in 2004. And he carried us when we needed to be carried. He's the type of guy who, when he gets going, is going to be able to put the team on his shoulders and carry us for long periods of time. I have a huge amount of confidence in him getting the job done all the time.
If there was a playoff MVP that included all 3 series in 2004, it probably would have been Keith Foulke.
Well, no question about it. I think to a man, everybody agreed that this is a guy that without, well, obviously there's a lot of guys that you could say this about, but without Keith Foulke, we don't win the World Series. This is a guy that carried us. He put us all on his back, on his shoulders, stood shoulder to shoulder with us, and went to war with us, and did it for us.
Maybe the best news today, Curt Schilling. Comes out 1-2-3 first inning, and maybe he's not hitting 95, 96 anymore, but I'm not sure he needs to.
Oh, he was tremendous. I mean, Eck and I were talking about how he paints the corner. He's back and forth across the plate, up and down, changes planes. When you see a guy, starting to chase his ball up a little bit, he's going to take you up a little bit higher, and then, he's going to throw that split at you, and you're going to have a hard time with it. And one thing I'll say about Schill, I feel very confident in saying that nobody prepares like him. You watch him in spring training, and this goes 3 or 4 days ago. He's beginning to prepare for this start. And it probably goes back for even further than that, but you watch his eyes, he's focused. He knows exactly what he wants to do. He's prepared to go for it.
You see right there that high fastball. 95 before used to get a lot of punch outs. He's a fly ball pitcher because he throws upstairs a lot. So I think what you're going to see, maybe a little difference in Schill if he's not throwing 95, is maybe more pop-ups. I don't think he'll punch out quite as few guys as he used to. The times of punching out 300 guys is tough to do. And I think that's the only difference. He knows how to pitch, and he'll just get outs different ways.
The guy people may not talk about tomorrow, Jason Varitek. And so often he gets overlooked outside of the clubhouse. I know he never gets overlooked inside that clubhouse, but a couple of hits, 7th straight opening day start, first time a Red Sox catcher has ever done that, and comes right out, leads the way offensively, as well as everything he means to Curt Schilling.
It's amazing. Every time I watch Tech, I watch him from the dugout a lot. Obviously, I'm not playing all the time, so I get a chance to watch him from the dugout. When I watch him from the dugout, it's so easy to see when he's gonna really be successful. His timing is perfect. And his eyes have a different look about him. I know a little bit in spring training, he swung and swung and swung and swung and swung, and it's so rewarding to see a guy put in all that work, step out on the field between the lines, and make it happen. And we all look up to Tech. We all care a great deal about him. On top of the fact that he provides a huge amount of leadership for our club.
No question about it. All right, Gabe Kapler with us here in studio. Going to take a break, come back with more of the Red Sox. A 7-run attack Mike Lowell joining it in the 8th inning, his first homer with the Red Sox. A 1-for-4 day for Lowell, a 12-hit day for the Red Sox, most importantly, a 7-3 win.
With a WB Mason Gold Star delivery, anything less than perfection just won't do. Gold Star drivers are trained to work miracles to deliver your office supplies the very next day at amazingly low prices without back orders or short shipments. Call 1-888-WB-MASON if something's missing from your office supply delivery.
Who are those wonderful people?
Who but WB Mason?
I wish I lived closer to the office. Not this close.
This one's only a 10-minute commute.
Great. What about selling my current home?
Meet Frank and Maria. They've been dreaming of a place like yours.
Find your perfect place. It's easy at RE/MAX.com. Nobody sells more real estate than RE/MAX.
Nice ride.
Wouldn't it be nice to be rewarded for your business? Business Owner Banking from Sovereign Bank does just that. You can get free business checking with 300 free transactions a month, free cash deposit processing, and our best personal checking account with preferred rates and discounts free. Get Business Owner Banking today, and we'll give you a free first order of checks up to a $100 value. See? Rewards are nice. Business Owner Banking, a more rewarding business relationship. Sovereign Bank.
Opening day in Texas, Roger Clemens on hand taking in the action before the game, meeting with Theo Epstein for an hour in the Red Sox clubhouse. Non-committal after that meeting, but definitely saying that if he pitches again, the Boston Red Sox are very much in the hunt to bring the Rocket back to Boston to finish his career. That was the news before the game. The news now after the game, a big offensive day for the Red Sox. 12 hits, 7 runs, and a great start for Curt Schilling. He makes his first opening day start with the Red Sox and throws 7 strong innings, 117 pitches all told. Curt Schilling snaps the Red Sox 5 consecutive opening day loss streak. Let's hear from his manager, Terry Francona, after the game.
Terry, Curt Schilling, what was the most important aspect of his outing today?
Well, the win, but I thought he started out the game commanding his fastball and being very aggressive with his fastball, both sides of the plate. Then he got into the flow of the game. He was able to use his other pitches, and he actually got stronger as the game went, which happened in spring training a lot. He made one little mistake to Blaylock, and it was a slider that he didn't quite get in far enough. But other than that, he was really, really good.
He did work hard in that 6th inning, and then a 1-2-3 7th. Was it the pitch count, or was he tiring towards the end when you pulled him?
The 7's enough. It's the first outing, and he was up to, I want to say, 116, 117. But that's plenty. We got guys in the bullpen that can do the job. We don't need him to go farther than that. You know, he had got some pretty deep fly balls the inning before. That kind of gives you a little bit of an alert that it's time to maybe start thinking about somebody else.
How will Coco Crisp's speed play into your decision-making this season?
It's nice. We haven't had a burner like that. You know, and it kind of led to the rally that one inning. They're worried about him at first. All of a sudden, you got Loretta hitting, things are happening. They're worried about the runner. Next thing you know, we got a couple runs.
And Keith Falk, you brought him in the 9th inning. What did you think of him today?
Well, it was actually a great time to bring him in. It's not a safe situation, but there's some wiggle room for him to kind of get his feet on the ground. And he needed it today a little bit. Threw his fastball aggressively. He didn't locate all of them. But again, it was a good outing for him because he can get out there, get his feet on the ground. You know, it's not a one-run game where a mistake hurts you. So I think it was good.
And looking to tomorrow, Tim Wakefield gets the ball. Why did you decide to pitch Wakefield back-to-back with Schilling?
Well, especially early on with a team like the Rangers, they're such a good fastball hitting team. To kind of throw maybe a monkey wrench right in the middle, and then you got Beckett coming out the next day, hopefully throwing about 97. I don't know if there's anything statistical that'll say that we're doing the right thing. I just don't think it can hurt.
All right, Terry, thank you. Great way to start the season.
You bet, I agree.
All right, TC, back to you.
Tina, thanks very much. Off-season, preseason actually, Terry Francona rewarded with a contract extension. Tell me how much he means to this team.
He means a great deal to the team. From a loyalty standpoint, from a team morale standpoint, from somebody who cares about his players like nobody else. I think to a man, we all love playing for Tito. He's just a guy that is easy to play for. He's a great communicator. He makes the right moves in the game, and we all think highly of him.
That mixture of his ability to support you guys handle the media. I mean, he's almost, or if not uniquely qualified, he's one of a small group of guys who can really sort of handle the two sides in Boston, where there's a lot of demands.
Yeah, explain that to me. I'm curious about what you mean by that.
Well, I mean, he'll back you guys up. We've seen it over the years, and he supports the players, and yet with the media, he's very calm, very accommodating. You know, there's a lot of media pressure in Boston. He handles that well, but he handles the clubhouse well as well.
He's very easygoing, very lighthearted, you know, keeps things loose. He kind of knows when a guy needs to be talked to a little bit, go and pick him up a little bit, has something funny to say, usually makes you laugh a little bit, makes you feel at home in the dugout. You know, he's the type of guy who he'll look kind of peek down and see if somebody needs a little talking to, and he's going to go over there and say something nice and make you smile and keep your morale up. If you don't need anything, he knows when to leave you alone. He's just he's the type of guy that knows how to communicate with players.
But I guess in Boston, what I'm getting at importantly is that all happens behind closed doors. You never see that in the media, and not all managers do that. Some managers take that public.
But I don't see what you see in the media, so I can only speak for a player.
For the clubhouse, good point. All right, we'll take a break, come back more as we come back with Granite City Electric's Extra Innings Extra. Coming up, reaction from Curt Schilling, more with Gabe Kapler here in the preview tomorrow. Tim Wakefield, as you heard, taking the mound in Game 2 in Texas.
Introducing Dunkin' Donuts Turbo Hot. Coffee with a shot of real espresso to power you through the day.
At a department store, you can get a 100% wool suit for $299.99. K&G has 100% wool suits that look just as stylish for a third of that. K&G. For men, for women, for less.
The bad blood between Tito Ortiz and Ken Shamrock is legendary.
That is some crazy drama.
And soon these UFC stars will battle again as coaches when Spike gives each of them an army.
Here we go.
This April,
Push yourself.
on an all-new season of The Ultimate Fighter 3.
Don't stop, don't quit on me.
Submit to the force, the rivalry, and the hatred. Because this season will be the most explosive yet.
All I hear is you talking.
The Ultimate Fighter 3, Thursdays at 10, premiering April 6th on Spike.
Stan, I love the smell of Ricoh printers in the morning.
You do you?
It smells like dependability.
So now you can smell dependability, Jerry.
Oh, yeah.
That's good to know.
Move your ideas forward with Ricoh Dependability. Every game ends with overtime. Your Bruins post-game show featuring game analysis, interviews, press conferences, and more. Stay tuned to Nesson, because every game ends with overtime.
Welcome back. It's Granite City Electric's Extra Innings Extra. Tom Karen with you here in our brand new Red Sox studios here at Nesson. The Sox beating their 106th season in the American League and doing it with an impressive 7-3 win over the Texas Rangers. The first time since the year 2000 that the Red Sox win on opening day. Curt Schilling taking the mound and setting the tone for the Red Sox today. He pitched 7 strong innings, 117 pitches, 79 of them for strikes. He struck out 5 along the way, scattering just 5 hits, a couple of runs as he ran into a spot of trouble in the 6th inning. Other than that, he was tremendous, and he got the offensive support. David Ortiz, a big day to lead off his season. 3 for 5, had 3 RBI and a couple of runs scored. A 2-run homer there in the 5th inning of Kevin Millwood, his first, no doubt, of many on the season. And Mike Lowell showing, yeah, he's still got the bat speed. His first homer with the Red Sox came in the 8th inning, all part of a 12-hit attack for the Red Sox. 7 runs. They beat the Rangers 7-3. Talk about pitching and defense. Those are the strengths of the Red Sox in 2006, supposedly, but they got the offense as well. Alex Gonzalez, everyone said he wouldn't be able to provide much at the plate. A 2-for-4 day. He had a couple of singles. Kevin Youkilis without a hit. Everybody else in the starting lineup had at least one hit, and they did get that pitching and defense. No errors defensively. Curt Schilling, we told you about his day. Jonathan Papelbon came on in the 8th and took care of business with a 1-2-3 8th inning. The top of the order, Wilkerson, Young, and Teixeira all going down. Keith Foulke, a rocky 9th inning, but all's well that ends well. He gives up 1 run, little help from Coco Crisp. Curt Schilling and the Red Sox get the win.
I've always felt that if I'm armed with a good game plan, that there isn't a lineup I can't beat.
How was your velocity?
It was good. You know, like the spring, first 3 innings, I was okay. Then the 4th inning, another 3, 4, 5 miles an hour showed up, and that's kind of the opposite of how I've always been. But you know, it was good. I felt good.
Curt, how yourself? You still throwing in the 90s deep into the 7th inning?
No, I felt strong. I felt very strong. I felt strong when I came out of the game. I cost myself a chance at finishing that game in the 5th inning. I had 2 outs, nobody on, and then you know, gave up a hit, and then I had like you know, 7-8 pitch walk, and then another 8, 9, 10 pitch out when I could have gotten into the 6th with a real low pitch, gotten a chance to finish the game.
Curt, how big is it start for you personally to get you going on the right foot?
Well, it's huge. I mean, you know, I spent all spring trying to figure it out, and not really knowing until we would get here how it was going to go. And I warmed up. I felt fine warming up. Didn't feel great, and I was nervous. But first couple innings, I didn't feel like I was throwing exceptionally hard. I felt very normal, and the ball was coming on my hand good. And that was very encouraging.
How about overall as a team, this kind of win?
Well, this was some guys coming as advertised. I mean, CeCe at the top of the lineup, Mark, you know, generating runs, and then David doing what David always does, and Manny, the presence of those two in the middle of this lineup. Coco made a great catch in the 9th. This is a good team. This is a very good team, and offensively, we're going to give you nine at bats, so they're going to wear you out. And later in the game, 3rd time around lineup, it's very tough to get this team out.
What did you throw today? What was going good?
Location, fastball more than anything. Didn't have a good split at all today. I think I got maybe 2 outs with it. The other ones were bad. I threw some real good changeups early, got an out with it early, and some not so good ones later, but primarily fastball and command.
What was it like to have Roger at the ballpark today? And
I don't know. I saw him for maybe a second. I didn't talk to him. There's other stuff to attend to.
It's a long time coming, this start. I mean, we all went through after all last year.
Well, it's yeah. I mean, you know, I take a lot of pride in where I sit in the rotation. And, you know, after opening day is over, it's over. But, you know, there's something to it for me. And I want to be at the top of this rotation, and I want to help lead this rotation, and that comes with performance and consistency. And I've done that for almost 2 years now, and it was you know, very comfortable. But again, this offense, it's just a matter of time.
Well, it didn't take much time. They got 7 runs today on 12 hits. A lot of people looked at this season, Gabe, with sort of raised eyebrows. People, I've read national publications saying they could win 85 to 90 games, they could win 100 or more games. There were a lot of question marks, but I think most people are optimistic about this season because the question marks are all from guys like you talked about, Keith Foulke, guys with track records, guys who have done it before. Mike Lowell had 1 bad year, but he's got a great career in Major League Baseball. There's a lot of guys like that on this team.
Yeah, and I really don't understand the question marks. And the reason I don't is because you talk about pitching and defense winning championships, and we've improved in our pitching and defense. So in our offense is certainly not going to be a slouch. We're going to score a lot of runs at Fenway Park. I think we're well put together all the way around. I think we're a very well-rounded team, maybe more well-rounded than we were in 2004. We have a lot of good things going for us.
You got to like Schilling. You know, he takes so much pride, you know, in what he does. I mean, he's trying to go 9 innings. I mean, he's sitting here saying, God, you know, when I had trouble in the 5th, I knew I wasn't going to get to go 9. And I'm over here surprised thinking he's going back out in the 7th inning. But to have a guy like that, and I think it's good that Beckett is there too, to see that. Yeah. Because here's a guy that's going out there to pitch. He's pitching 9 innings. That's the way he thinks. That's where he goes out there and he's locked in. And I just think he's a great example to everybody on that staff to pitch like that.
Yeah, Josh is kind of cut from the same cloth as Schill is, and he's already got that competitive nature. And you know, as an athlete, we all respect other athletes who have a strong competitive nature, who want to have the ball, they want to have the at-bat with the game on the line. You know, whether the best player on the field, the worst player on the field, if you're going to get on that mound and give everything you have with the game on the line, and you want that ball, and you don't want that manager to steal the ball from you, well, then that's a guy that we respect. I mean, we look up to that person. The guy that wants to get out of the game as quickly as possible, that's the guy we want to stay away from as much as possible.
The guy who walks someone and looks over to the dugout real quickly.
Right. No,
Jonathan Papelbon came in the 8th inning, and we're getting a feel that this guy's cut from that cloth as well.
Another strong, huge, strong makeup guy. A guy who gets on the mound, he's a bulldog.
Maine lawyers working for Maine people.
Coming up on the next News Center at 6.
In this internet age, encyclopedias are so old school, they were practically out of date by the time you got them.
We'll show you an online encyclopedia where even you can update the entries. It's this week's Cyber Center report. I'm Matt Friedman.
And I'm Donna Gormley. Join us for the next News Center at 6.
A chance to win big money.
I'm going to go for it.
This week on Millionaire. Weekdays at 12:30.
All right, we're back. Our first guest. My first guest is a big star. He spent 9 years starring in one of the most successful sitcoms of all time, Everybody Loves Raymond. And here's let's take a look at a classic scene.
Oh, soft. It's so soft.